Hey guys, it's Tartan coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. We're here with Malakai and we're Karaz Ankor now. We've been absorbed into the High Kingdom, and man, oh man, do we have a lot of land. Of course, up in the north, we are getting rid of Khorne's realm, and we've taken care of the Chaos Dwarves fighting Greasus over here. About to war for the Eight Peaks over here. We just confederated Thorgrim, or rather were confederated in the story of the game. You know, we did it in the correct orientation, and even though I've just spent like a couple of hours playing this end turn, not on camera, there's always more to do, right? But so we are going to try to hold this Karak against them, and yeah, so on this side there are powerful greenskin factions we don't have any real scratch against. But what we're going to try to do is, you know, retreat to a nice Karak, get some walls up over here before the Great War kicks off in 8 turns. But, you know, the title's a little premature, presumptuous. But, Tekton, you know, I don't think we need this guy up here, right? Still, it would be a poor death. He's gonna go and he's gonna be the first one through the way, because technically I don't even know what'll be there. The game tells you, but I don't know. Alright. Let's see what happens on the end turn. I imagine we'll get attacked somewhere. We've got a lot of friction points with the foe, right? There's a lot of places things could go wrong. And here we inject a hero into the hero stack. Probably enough heroes, right? Because a few thunder barges wouldn't go amiss there. And then we'll just send them off into the world and see eventually what like a fun little pure hero stack looks like. I mean, you gotta... One of the reasons why I'm so, like, engaged with thinking about this campaign still, even though, we have largely infinite money. I mean, we're actually in the negatives, so... I mean, for now. We have, I think, 61 armies, which gives you, 200% and something increased upkeep. But that's alright. Disciples of the Maw is the only person nearly as strong as me. Of course, I have 60 armies, and most of them are even armies, but I am pretty surprised we haven't got hit over the end turn yet. It may be that we'll dodge a fight the whole time, not like we want to. It's better, of course, if they send their armies at me. That way I can get the replenishment over the end turn and then continue on our merry way. The war with the ogre is going very well. We're going to definitely let Ironbrow get his little piece of it because we don't want him to end up hemmed in like what happened to Karak. Hey, Cammy, good morning. But a couple of the orcs are doing like, all right, they're just very weak compared to us. Everyone on the world's weak compared to us now. When we confederated into the High Kingdom, we picked up, probably 15 or 20 armies, and we're already just, like, incredibly rich. Empire. Yeah. Yes. For the Karaz Ankor is how we say it in Khazali, the language of the dwarves, which I don't speak, but I wish I did. I only know all the meme phrases, right? Oh no. Now here, I'm like, Alden doesn't have an item, but I'm like, I bet I could win this. I bet I could win this. Let's see. I bet I can win this. They're really beat up. A lot of their strength is in artillery, which will absolutely suffer on the approach. We've got walls. Some of them are probably a little busted up because we just took this place not long ago. Dwarf Karaks are not, like, awesome to defend on the inside of. So we have to defend this point and this point. This point has choke point here and choke point here, so narrow choke and wide choke there. Not ideal. but you can hold here. That gives you this tower, which covers both. This tower is also controlled. Okay, so we just defend this area in order to defend here, because then we'll have incredibly narrow hallway with tower coverage. Yeah. All right. And we can have your artillery up here, where they can actually fire at people as they come in. Some, probably not a lot. Look, it is what it is. Now, do we leave him on the wall to fight people as they come in? Wish we had regen. I think actually this is going to be a weird one. So we don't want to abandon people on the wall, but the towers actually should function pretty decently here. Holding the wall entirely is almost always a bad value proposition, but getting a couple of units to fire some towers at them is frequently very good. And we'll just try to run away when we can. Of course, they're orcs and we're not, so they're fast. Of course, there's also some wall breaches already, so if they go for them, they'll be in quicker. Now let's just get everybody set up in the back. You don't want anyone in the front except for who's holding the wall. And by that, I mean who's holding the towers. So these towers are crummy and cover all of this, which is nothing. So we're just going to leave this whole section, right? We can get on the wall here. That's by a breach, though, so those guys will get toasted if it comes in. Maybe. Seems fine. All right. Because it will take them a very long time to get in, we will have plenty of time to get our interior defenses set up. Because here, you know, they're trying to come up this way, so defending this point to get here is the same as doing that one, and we'll just back on up here, Longbeard. Because if you fight right here, all right. This is either totally inadequate preparation for this fight, or it's going to work and be awesome. Because if their artillery is firing like at our gatehouse while we're getting tower fire onto them, this is a very good beginning already, right? We do have a summon of Blorks, a summon of gyrocopters. I was seeing their black orcs, and I was like, Blorks! But we'll be alright. Oh, these guys would be better served over here, probably, because it looks like they're going to swim over that way. And accordingly, we will replace here. This guy is going to run on inside. They're both going to run on inside, but... Alright, so we're taking arty fire here on the wall now from pretty accurate Doom Divers. That is okay. It's not ideal, right? And they are not moving into it. It's not like the worst thing that could happen, though, just because, I mean, well, we're actually taking a lot of damage from it, huh? Well, you know, you don't want to give it away for free. Alright, speaking of giving it away for free, we need to get these towers up pronto. Build best tower there. You don't want to build lower level ones, because you don't get that much of a discount from it. Now, this fella's on a spider, a level 50 Goblin Wizard Lord, so that's going to be quite a fight for the Slayer Bro. But here, these towers are probably going to get a large amount of damage done. Of course, the good thing about the spider is can't climb the wall, so at least there's that. Now we're just going to go ahead and get back into the interior with these guys if we can. Probably not a lot of utility in worrying about delaying them there. We'll build a delaying thing there just so we don't have to think about it. Now, could we go up here? Yes, could. However, it doesn't control towers, and that makes it less advantageous to fight on. That's the secondary defensive location. If you get that one, then they have to capture that one first, basically. So we're going to just ignore it and make them go for the second one where we've set up our defenses. And we'll just speed things up a little bit here until they can get into the cookie jar, or rather, until they think they're going to get into the cookie jar. We'll see who feasts on cookies today. Their artillery now is coming in range, which is very good. So even if the artillery isn't that big of a problem for like my game plan of defending the inside, it is a problem for the overall balance of power. Our towers here are doing the absolute work of the gods, just doing the most damage. Probably this is mostly going to be won by our brave dwarf warriors standing on the wall, because they're going for this wall breach, which means they, clever Grobi that they are going to be running the full gamut of all of these towers, and their scariest stuff, of course, can't even really get in. Now here we're being shot from behind. If we go here, do we still hold the tower? Yes. So we'll go like so. That'll give us our gold shields in this direction. Look at me playing the game right. We still hold the wall. We still get to shoot the towers, but now we're not taking all of that damage. Very nice indeed. These guys not really working out anymore, but now they are all streaming in, or attempted to all stream in. And you know what that means. It's time for Elden Clanbreaker to go and brawl by himself. No, we're going to be slightly smarter than that. Not much, a little bit. And hold off just briefly. Their artillery is entirely tied up. Okay, so they're obstructed. They've given themselves an attack order that they can't commit to because of the rock. And they also are not allowing themselves to move. Pretty funny stuff. They're acting like I would act. Good for them. And they are conga lining through the wall now. So this is what the game's all about, right? Defending the dwarf hold as the Yorks stream in through a breach in the wall and are like, wait, where are all the stunties? Where are all the excitable little dudes? What are we even here for? But of course, they've got a wall breach, and they are patiently, just so patiently, waiting in line. And this guy, bravely waiting at the back. And let me just say, when it comes to gigantic spiders, this game totally nails it. Oh no, I was looking at them and the dwarf warriors are fighting him. It's alright. You know, this is a situation where Elden Clanbreaker really would have helped a lot. But we're gonna go ahead and get in. Ooh, we get Fanatic smacked there. It'll be alright. We noticed in time. We were looking at the cinema. He's going to be a perfect match for the Night Goblin War Boss and just beat him up entirely. However, these dwarf warriors will just fight on the wall here, right? Because they don't have, like, really good infantry over here. So if they want to climb up the wall and fight me, that's alright. And we'll just keep on keeping on there. These guys used all their ammo and barely hurt us at all. They are now conga lining into the hold, though. Do we have any other tower placements we can build, even if they'll be vulnerable? I mean, still be alright. Does he beat 16 black orcs in a fight? I mean, maybe. It's not worth going back to defend that point, though. This spider is fighting against some Longbeards, that's a fight they want, but what they don't want is to get shot up by 3 units of archers. They've got high armor, but that spider getting taken care of, and just like that, the cannon tower sees him too. Artillery's still on the back foot. Now, we do have a level 50 spider over here, however, we do have some stuff that's good for that. We could just shoot him up now. Yeah, we're just going to shoot him up now and see if we can upset him. Because they don't really have anything over here that can get rid of them, get rid of these gyros. So we're just going to put the herd on here. They've got the flinger, which is like explosive damage. I don't think it'll do too good against him. Oh, he made himself invisible. A very clever boy. Well, okay, we see him again. Oh, they have cast some spells upon us to lower our speed and such. And we lost him again. Alright, there we go. Stay on him, laddies. And of course, they've got big missile resist. And super high armor, but we can just start chipping on him. Scally deals with them. And now it's time to roll in. Let's just speed it up a little bit as we wait for this next phase to come on. Gyro summon has lost sight of them again. Jeez Louise, let's just shoot at this one, right? We're about to get unsummoned. We get unsummoned. It's all good. Our warriors on the wall here they're gonna fight for like a good long while. Orc Biggins, though, will put a herd on them. They're not an amazing matchup against dwarf warriors on a wall, but the dwarf warriors will ultimately die. But not before taking plenty of the foe with us. And now, the spider running this way, who knows why. And I guess, yeah, this is the thing to do when you're holding the wall, because you still control the towers if you dock this way. So if they don't come on the ladders, then you still have options for that. Alright, Orc Boy Biggins coming in. You know what that means. Charge him, Alden! They won't call you Alden Clanbreaker after this. We'll think of a new name if you hold it. How does Alden Spiderbane sound? Tell you what, Alden, you get yourself a spider and we'll maybe see if we can stop calling you Clanbreaker. Here is an example of awesome dwarven architecture that's terrible dwarven architecture. You see this? You see this statue? You know what's right behind it? This tower. You see what this statue would be in the middle of? Defending this point. Right where the tower goes. The tower can occasionally shoot the enemy. It will not shoot them when they're right here, though. Just a fun little thing about dwarven architecture, you know. All about style. And here, we don't want these guys to get into the inside, so we're just going to charge onto him here. This should be enough to get him tuned up. We've got, you know, armor-piercing warriors, and they were already pinned. There weren't that many of them. Yes, yes, yes. And that is how to defend your keep. Oh, they are getting in here, though. All right. That is all right. We just need to wheel the ranged around there. Bring the great weapons in this direction to get onto the goblin shaman here. Artillery is almost out of artillerizing, and Alden is losing this fight with the infantry. However, that doesn't mean he's going to lose it forever. It just means he's losing it right now. Let's see if we can get a dwarf warrior great weapon charge in and make a difference. Oh boy, do we ever. Breaking him off. I'm like, that was all going very fast. I was playing on medium forward. That's okay. It worked out. Do we need this unit there anymore? I mean, probably not. Alright. We're just going to move up here. And here. Get fire there. Get these guys to hold the gap here. This is the best defense I've done in my life. It's because I don't have very many units. And we need to get the Slayer over here. These Orc Biggins run, and these are now getting shot up here. We need to get these great weapon warriors here, and alright, yeah, definitely want to pull the Longbeards back this way. On the walls, we are still totally fine here. This Logan Deluni, the coward, has run outside of the city wall. He's awaiting his next phase of the plan. Everyone on the inside is getting tuned up and shattered. Hate that for him. Come in this way. If they're just gonna leave the artillery outside, I bet we can army loss them with him out there. But if not, once we settle all of this, we are absolutely gonna lead an expeditionary force outside of the walls, led by Alden Clanbreaker, and we are gonna punch that spider in his little spidey face. It's gonna be great. So I think it's time for that now, right? Yeah, they don't have anything else in the side. Well, that's not true. Let's not be too hasty, Master Mariodoc. We got not be hasty. Yeah, that's a way you can talk if you wanted to. Yeah, we'll just send them roving through the hold here now. And this Goblin Archer trying to win a fight against the tower. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. See if it works out for him. They're running for the hills, running for their life here. These artillery are locked. Oh, they finally did beat this tower. I was like, man, they spent a long time not doing anything. But the strength of the spider is... Oh, this spider! Oh no! I was like, I've forgotten something crucial. There's somebody invisible. They're here with me now. We could have shield walled our guys with shields. That would have been good, you know. But we'll just keep running away from the spider. Wow! Or getting punted by the spider. Alden, they'll still say cool stuff about you if you beat this spider in a fight, but not if you lose, Alden. If you lose... People remember you as Alden Clanbreaker, not Alden Spiderbane. Kill the spider, Alden! Alright, so, good job, Alden. People are not proud of you yet, but they might be someday. Alright, it's time to come in here. Alright, now they're trying to get inside of the area with their artillery. They're truly desperate now. I think that's everybody shattered except the big guy. That just goes to show what a level 50 Lord counts for in the balance of power. And to be clear, a level 50 Spider Lord, even with only 4,000 hit points, is still very scary and could just, like, reach out and kill some dude. These warriors of the walls, the true heroes of this battle here. Because the thing about these rock lobbers is they are actually very good at killing infantry. But if we get on the wall here with our archers... Like, I've left the inside entirely undefended. I don't think they have any other invisible stuff. It better be right though, or I'm gonna look quite the fool. The good news is that a lot of their artillery is out of ammo. This one has the most ammo left, and they are just mauling these dwarven infantry. What are you gonna do, right? This is why the balance of power is where it is, because it's like, look, if they see you, you're gonna have a terrible time. I'm like, yeah, but what if we make it? Because now this guy's shrouded unspottable, but he's also in front of a bunch of crossbow units. Okay, and that's all we needed. We just needed a little bit more to army loss him there. And it looks like we're not going to be able to get Lugan Deluni, who very wisely elects to run away, bravely run away. And we won! Yeah, Dwarven defense. Of course, we already had a hole in the wall, and of course this is just a level 12 lord, which we recruited him here because we already had him. We recruit lords at like level 48 or 49 now. We're very fancy. We're part of the High Kingdom of the dwarves, you know. It's not we're not like just a random guy in an airship with a dream anymore. Like we're proper Dawi again. It makes me so happy. And look at Alden Clanbreaker just beating down the foe. These are the guys that we lost the fight in the mountain pass to. So, you know, although our sacrifices there were unwanted, you know, they still pay off. And Alden Clanbreaker, you know, without regenerating items, does wonderfully for himself. His beautiful level 12 mohawk grows taller on this day. And we will drink to victory! We're gonna figure that Iron Claw works under Gorbad are gonna be crunched ere too long. Of course, even a very small legendary orc faction is a huge problem. Late game orcs aren't bonkers against dwarves specifically. Dwarves are very good against them, I would say. It's just that their ability to sometimes generate twice as many armies for every army they have can be alarming. Cult of the Pious in the Southern Confederacy wants a non-aggression pact. I'm sorry, but I've always wanted to attack the Confederacy, says Malakai McKyson. Down with the Confederacy, says everybody. You know, because they're about to be the enemies of the dwarves. Max finally loses his Ulrika trait. He's like, wow, she's really gone. And Malakai's like, yeah, she left with Gotrek like a year ago, dude. Catch up. We're gonna disband this guy so that we get him into the pool. We're just like recruiting dudes here every turn because, alright, the thing is now we are limited by people in the pool, okay? We're negative 74k, we've got 2.5 million. In a couple of turns, we're going to have an arbitrarily large amount of money and we're not gonna have to pay our dudes anymore. It's not happening yet, it will happen. We're paying 1.2k for every Thunderbarge here, but, you know, that won't happen forever either. Because we finally have so many armies, at 60 armies, that it's more expensive. It's like twice as expensive to pay units as it used to be. We had it cheaper. However, because of the way that the game actually works and assigns the order of these operations, we are going to, you know, go in reverse before too long. And when we do, well, it'll be fine. Now here we want to drop the flame cannon, because I mean, I think so. I mean, maybe a flame cannon would be good. I just feel like, when do we see him do more work than an organ gun, right? When do we ever see him do more work than an organ gun? I don't think they do. You hate to get rid of an elite artillery, but you also, I mean, maybe just like get rid of a Bugman's here. Yeah. Look, Bugmans, to the degree that they're good, are probably not good for this point of the campaign anymore. I just want to make them work, so we're going to keep on doing it. Alright, so we cannot underway through over here. That makes sense. Alright, we're going to have to go into the Eight Peaks the old-fashioned way by trespassing on Imric's land.
Doom chaser. I do. The ancestors agree.
So we're going to roll around that way. Belegar's going to get back into the armies. We've got tons of stuff going on all the way over here. These guys... do we meet in the middle of the Karax here? I mean, I guess so. We just don't want Belegar to walk in the front, because he'll flip out when he sees the Empire there.
My axe thirsts for war. The axe thirsts for war. Let us begin.
Alright, let's just work like a clock, right? Alright, what are we doing over here? We're recruiting some more. This guy just needs to drop the bolt thrower, because who uses a bolt thrower? Alright. Organ gun and a cannon. Just light artillery, right? Because we don't know who we're going to be fighting. Well, I mean, maybe 2 organ guns. Don't need to use the global up until we see where we want to go with it, right? Hammer, no, Giant Slayer or 2, that's all good there. Comrade Grim Tidson. Yeah, we'll just...
It is time.
Just get a Thane here. Even though it'd probably be smart to be a little more deliberate about it. Alright, so... this guy doesn't have Lightning Strike, and these guys don't have Lightning Strike.
I'll cast the runes.
However, it looks like we have got Gorbad here in the mountains.
Lord of Clan Morgrim. Quickly, I've an oath to...
Alright, alright. So he's got a decent amount of artillery, actually. And outranges mine. However, he doesn't have anything to punish the Air Force, such as it is. Which is, it's not too much of a much, but we'll be able to set up, and organ guns will clean up the spiders, although they'll have stocks, so we'll need to have, you know... we'll need to have the Air Force to screen for that as well. You know, let's get to it. This will be fun. Ooh, terrain underground. Well, that'll be fun. Of course, he has a 4-second wall coming in with a bunch of junk. Alright, alright. Time for a brawl. Of course, this army here is very good for dealing with spiders. With a triple Iron Drake and a triple Thunderer with shotguns, you know. We should be okay. Gorbad himself is here, and then just a couple of dudes. He's level 50, obviously, but other than that, potion of healing, I mean, bit of a problem, not terrible. It's got regular black orcs, not great weapon ones, so we'll be able to shoot him up with Artie, and then break him on the iron breakers. That'll be the plan. The Wa probably won't reinforce from behind us. Probably. No. Alright, we'll be just fine. The thing about fighting underground is because you get to choose... you know, the flank position, denial, they can't really get in on you. We don't have shield wall on our iron breakers yet, which is a shame, but it'll be alright. If we did, then we could just sit up there and tank a bunch of shots. As it is, we will need to not just tank a bunch of shots. But we are going to move... oh, well, you know. Alright, we just need to do a super good job of harassing. We can do that from all the way over here at the beginning, right? However, what we need to do... so, the things that can kill us, the only things are these Doomdiver catapults, so we just need to get in over top of their heads very aggressively and put the herd on. And then there's going to be like some small arms fire and stuff that'll get on us eventually. This is going to allow us to force them to move forward, though, and that's what we want. And then right as soon as these guys show up, you know, we'll start getting to business. We're going to defeat the Huns. Because the thing about what we're doing here is you can just go over them, right? They can't do anything if all you do is go over top of their ranged stuff. How are they going to fire? This is why gyros are incredibly funny and super fair. Here we're going to just roast on them. And start tuning them up here. The important thing is that we are convincing them to panic. You know, they're not having a great time here, and honestly, I hate that for them. It's really sad whenever I think about the heartbroken greenskins who just wanted to prop a scrap, and then they're getting shot up from the air. Like, how is that even a fair fight, right? Alright, we probably could have got more value out of that, but it's alright. We just wanted to move forward a little bit here and here. These rock lavas getting proper shot up by these gyros. We just want to keep on going and going. Because importantly, like what we're doing here, it's not just about doing the damage, although it is about doing the damage. Wow, look at that! Getting shreked by the mighty righteous power of the cannon. 13 seconds our guys coming there, because it's also about just like the balance of power of getting rid of the artillery. But by forcing them to move forward, now we're just going to bounce. And now the remaining stuff is pretty far in the back. And we will just run away. Bravely run away. Oh, we get hit by a spider flinger thing. That's okay, because we are now perfectly slowed down for an elite bombing run there. Because, like, now the Slayers are here, right? Now they're really in trouble. And these gyros show up, and we're going to have these grudge rakers there, and... And, oh yeah, there we go. The Lava Arachnarok Spider. Of course, it's got big fire resist, so a lot of these missiles aren't really working on it. But it's about sending a message. And the Slayers get to brawling. Giant Slayers get the rear charge on these Orc Boy Biggins. They're going to have a bad time now. I mean, an averagely bad time. And let's not let them go in there alone, boys. Get in, get in. Here, this is a... pretty decent spot for a gyro bombing. And here, of course, they're the front line is a line indeed. Like, it's not any sort of like picnic for them to be trying to get through it. The Bugman's Rangers standing in the breach, just what they're meant to do. And the Quarrelers firing at the Lava Arachnarok Spider, melting them down. Fire Ring Authority, which I didn't even know we had. That's cool. I was like, is that a rare one, or do I just not have very many copies of it? I was like, I remember seeing it in multiplayer all the time. But oh my, let's get the Air Force back, right? Because I let them get shot up pretty badly. That's okay, though. But Gorbat is running for the hills. A shameful display. Our gyro bomber is running away. That's just good sense. You know, that gyro bomber needed to resupply, right? But we are relentless. Gorbat goes down. Oh, and then he casts a spell to make everybody want to fight right as the whole blob is running away from me. Get wrecked. And now now we're seeing the flame cannon shine. I'm like, do they ever get value? I mean, not much. Okay. We're seeing somebody shine. One of these artillery units is doing something. Or it could be Iron Drakes, you know. Could be Iron Drakes. Actually, might be Iron Drakes. Could be this amazing setup of Iron Drakes we have. This battle is awesome. I'm awesome for having it. And I feel so good about myself as a player. You don't hear me say that all the time. Normally, I don't do smart stuff, and I'm bad. But I'm proud of myself for this battle. Look at and you know what? You know what's different about this army? Big front line, traditional ranged units. No, I think honestly it's just that the map is so small that we were able to funnel them in and not have to worry about being flanked. Because it's not like we've been playing this super tight. We're just awesome and doing amazing. You know, we're big legends. Gotrek, Felix, and Story Stormbreaker. He's only level 21, but look what a good job he's doing here. Let's go get a spider, buddy. Oh, these dudes are just standing in front of him, and they've been blocking the cannons this whole time. Feels bad. But they'll be army losing soon enough. They won't be able to stand up to the outrageous power of Scully Silverhorn showing up. They'll be like, oh no, not Scally! He's gonna be charging in on his mobility throne. Drive closer, boys. I want to hit him with my hammer. Byaw! Byaw! It's such a silly thing. I love it so much. He's like, no, I'm gonna stand up every now and then. That'll really show the spider who's boss. I mean, to be fair, he could totally get killed by the spider right now. But these slayers want to meet their doom. Wow, they got the spell on them for plus 48 and magic attacks. The spell, that must be like with spell intensity on. It's not that strong, but yeah, that basically doubles its melee defense and does a huge number for its power in other ways as well. But there we go. Put in the hurting on. Gorbat Ironclaw coming through the pass. We see, though, that, you know, two, even just like a Wa army and an Orc army, they take a lot of killing. Spiders are difficult to deal with, right? You have to draw them into your artillery range, and then you can shoot them up. But they have a huge hit point pool and are very heavily armored. So it's not like even like a bunch of arrows will deal with it. They have missile resist out of the box, and then, of course, some of them have fire resist, too, if they're the lava spiders. And they have stalk, so if you don't have something to see them far away, you know, how are you going to shoot them up? But Trollhammer torpedoes, feasting in the battle. There was a lot of greatness to go around there. Story Stormbreaker, making us proud. Getting barely any value at all. Who got the value here, right? 2k on that Iron Drake. Punch on the cannons. Actually a ton on the flame cannon. Well, you know, the Giant Slayers. It was actually the Giant Slayers showing up. Okay. You know, everybody did their part. I mean, the cannons did great, but...
Master of Room.
But we finish them off, losing some Slayers. What are you going to do, right?
Yes. Demon Slayer. My anger burns bright.
Nice. I wonder if he's related to our guys.
Demon Slayer. Rune Lord. By the Gamma's crop.
But Logan Deluni goes down.
They up. Casting the runes. As long as we walk, it's as good as done. To do
Let me zoom in there with Alden,
what?
who picks up a couple of levels.
More means to kill.
3 turns until the next age. Where, of course, we're doing perfectly well there.
Reign of demons. I. Get out me head.
But we've got the reinforcement there and there.
I answer to clan and hold. Demon Slayer.
Alright, this guy just needs to chill, I think.
To do then.
Are they sharing recruitment here, Riverskyros? Yeah.
By the king's command.
Well, we can move him up to defend Zargzil or whatnot, and then we'll have the other guy move up after.
They up. Now we wait. Onwards. Muster arms. What?
You know, why don't we put him in this army?
Hone your skills, Dawi.
Alright, so that's everything on this front, because there's not a lot on this front. No, that's not true. Ulfgar's here. Alright, this dude, we need to get this place into shape. Well, the only way to do that is by getting rid of these Karaks that are in our way. We can go to, like, ambush here. I bet that army's scary, because the thing about Grom is you never know what ridiculousness he's going to have access to, right? Yeah, like double ammo gobos kind of thing. Not that that's ridiculous. Standard, really. Alright. That's all of that. Now over here, we need to figure out what these armies are doing. Are they just, like, being the bulwark at Karakirn? I mean, I guess so. Now, I would like to get rid of these Tomb Kings, but... Alright, we need to get more Thunder Barges. That's what we need. It's like whenever I'm like, what do my armies need? What they actually need is more Thunder Barges. How much does it cost? It doesn't matter. Money's theoretical. Sure, it says negative, and maybe I should care, but it's theoretical. And here we are pushing Okri Truth-Teller in this direction to defend that side, because we're going to recruit another army up here. So I'm not really willing to give this place away. Not a level 5 settlement. What we want to do is just go ahead and get... Ooh, expert charge defense on a Demon Slayer. Pretty nice, actually. Because that way, if like a flyer or whatever comes to challenge them and they're standing in the field, don't have to worry about it. Do we have... Nope. Alright, so... We'll come back to him some other day once we get with it now. Scally, well, Morgrim, this army is like one of the old guard armies. We definitely need to get something going, but we're just going to... Yeah, just roll in this way. Oh, Skrulk's here. Ooh, fun. Will it be? That is a massive headache. We will lightning strike it off.
Let us find our depths. Don't stop till you're dead. We can hold this.
Immune to swamp attrition. Well, that's good news. That's what I was worried about. Skrulk is very much on the back foot. I don't know how many settlements he has. Oh, never mind. He's not very much on the back foot. He has 34 settlements. He's just considerably weaker than me. But I suppose we'll be able to see him all in this area down here. And that will at least distract our guys from the War of the Beard for a little while. Just a very short while. So we're about to have, like, Skaven Assassination City down there. We will get over it eventually. The Rune of Disguise for the Grudge Seeker, and then we're gonna, you know, be able to get... the Unbreakable in the range of those Rangers. And actually... No, yeah, so... Okay, so now I'm seeing... Alright, so you... Good morning, Neo. So this is the real reuse for the Rune of Stoicism. you give it to thunder barges, and then your thunder barge block is unbreakable, so even if your whole army is gone, your thunder barges won't run. And that's just in the base game. Love it. But yes, it is morning. We are excitedly pursuing this campaign. I'll never get bored. I don't believe in it. We'll walk out there and move him in here, allowing him to global recruit. And what do we global recruit? More of a front line? Yes. And one Slayer. And Copperpot, does he need to go help up there? No. Grote Elf Smasher. Well, you hate to fight an ogre with a name like that, but you know, he is in our land. And you might be saying, your land? Well, yeah, everything was dwarfs once. Kazakid, ha! Alright, anyway, so that's everything in the south? Yeah, because they just moved there. Rumney needs to do something. It's not enough for him to just sit here and look at the elves, is it? Well, I mean, he's not a slayer. He can just hang out. So that's all the armies there. Ironbrow runs and runs and runs. Alright, time for Khorne. Oh, this dude. What's he doing down there? Someone will have to do something about this. Not me. I got other junk going on. We're going to move Tecton through this portal and just see what's going on over there. I bet it'll be cool.
An accord bound by runic law. Maybe your doom is yet to come. It shall be done. The ancestors. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Die glorious.
But we just pop Mechanica Demonium. I really want to get a Skull Taker fight for Gotrek and Felix before we bounce out of here, right? We have universal replenishment for another 3 turns because of the crown. But yeah, I want to get them in. And maybe we'll send them to Celestis rather than Nurgle, but like Nurgle's cooler to fight. So we'll probably move them down there anyway. Rolling them up. Skulltaker will be back ere too long, and Gotrek and Felix will get their fight, and Okri will get even more cool traits. You know, of course he's of the blood of Grimnir already, with a 665 physical resist, but we could get it to 75 after all. A very resistant dwarf. Alright, it's time for Bugman to go. We're gonna give him 3 thunder barges. You know, there are 8 Dragon Slayers, 3 Master Engineers, 1 Runesmith, and 4 Thanes in that stack. I think it's going to be great. Finny Bugman, I wish you well in your journeys through the world. We will get you a bunch of items in a couple of turns. The thing is now that we're like Oath Gold limited because we have so many dudes and not enough Oath Gold. How will we ever do anything about it? Well, you know, by creating more deeps and then doing the Oath Gold building. I know, right? Fascinating. I feel like all dwarves are resilient. They are, but, you know, you get hardier. Because they don't all have 75 physical resist, right? But they are indeed all... Because they all get spell resistance stuff. And, you know, in just like in a non-literal way. They're very hardy people. But from every corner of the realms, we have like these Thunderbird stacks building. Sure, we're negative 81k. We could do that for 30 turns. In a couple of turns, it's probably going to be like negative 200,000. We could still do that for 10 turns. And we make quite a lot of money on post-battle loot. And we're about to get into the H peaks there, but not quite. All right, we just got to keep it moving. Keep the turns moving. That's the name of the game. Scally Death Dealer getting his Thunder Barges, and in just a turn or two... Remember, this is like the High King's army here. We're gonna just holding on to it for a second.
Summon me if you dare. Vengeful Rinlord.
But Hell Pit is about to crack.
Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer.
And of course, abstractly, you could keep Throt alive and just farm him for his defeat trait, which is excellent. But that's not who we are, right? We're the Dawi. Ooh, the Deeps in Hell Pit is totally functional. It's only the upper ones that aren't. That. Yeah, so you just deeps them up. You know, if you can get them. Very, very lucrative. And of course, no one's ever going to get in there again. Alright, and we will... When we do that, we're gonna get the endgame crisis, so I'm probably gonna save before, because if it's Chaos Dwarves, I don't know if I want to do it. Although that would be a fun start. I just like... No, we'll take whatever the game gives us. I've killed the Dawi-Zharr once. I can do it again. I just don't want to have to turn around, right? I want it to be somewhere that we're going. Like a Wood Elf Crisis would be great. All right, so Grobi here. I mean, he'll be rampaging up this way, and when the Great War kicks off, he'll be able to brawl. So it's alright that he's sort of like getting disjointed there. Hargrim Mountain, Fess, and Kadri Ironbrow, they're nearly done here.
Grudges will be settled. Follow it.
Deeps there. Because like I said, you know, we're recruiting some Thunderbar just places. The idea is that when the war kicks off out of the mountain and hold, you know, these armies with 10 Thunder Barges apiece are going to roll out. And then they're going to be able to trade into the armies already out in the field, you know, swap out a little bit. And then, you know, that'll be the reinforcements, right? It's like a dwarf lord with a ton of blimps. And frankly, what a cool idea. I know it's my idea, and I know I'm saying so myself, but it's going to be awesome. Alright, what we want to do here is ignore the raised settlement and meet Grobi in the middle for them. Yeah, we've got Dwarf Lord up here. Stories back them out. Have we got them inside here? Yes. Oh, no. There we go. I'm like, we need to do this a little different. I mean, really, what's the battle map look like? I mean, why not fight them all? This is a proper army, right? Yeah, this is Scory Stonebeard's army. We got dudes that have, like, gear on. Like, look at this guy. This guy's got his, you know, doesn't look like he's got a healing item. It'll be fine. The Lord doesn't have items. Juice stats, though, right? So he must have the hatred of the fellows, but we'll be fine. We got thunder barges. Let's just have a big brawl. Now, we imagine they're going to deploy, you know, like cowards. We, of course... Well, you know, they're here, so... Flanking this away will be where they try to go. But that is like a totally defended thing there, so we can just back our artillery up like so. But yeah, we're just gonna obliterate them, right? Yeah, that's the key. If they can't do anything about the thunder barges, and they can't, we'll just go in. We'll just start deleting them. Glorious stuff. Yeah, Pyrrhic victory. Yeah, right. And of course they'll hurt the thunder barges, like some, not a lot. And the cannons open up, and you know they'll have a terrible time. And they might try to flank around this way with these armies, and likely will. If they don't get in this way, then we'll just... I mean, you know, we can get one of these units gone out of the trees, I don't think. And I'm like, actually, man oh man, are we ever tuning them up. You know, Thunder Barge is pretty good. Let's just speed it up a little bit now. Pump wagons coming in, and we charge in. Glorious! Alright, we don't actually want to make contact with the Mangler squigs here, because they, like, explode when they die. We're shooting them up a mite there, and then these quarrelers are coming, and hopefully we won't be taking the damage on our guys, which we're trying to avoid, and we do indeed avoid it. Good, good, good. Lord's doing beautifully. Is that guy flying? That guy is flying. We need to get back here into the loving embrace of our artillery. Chariots getting into the Iron Breakers, Giant Slayers to flank defend. You know, you only need a couple of Giant Slayers to really make a big difference. I've been running too many Slayers. I mean, in fairness, we are the Slayer Engineer. We were leaning into it. Not so much into gyros. I played poorly and fought enemies that countered my bad play. And we're just gonna move to spike him right now. 1. And... the second one missed. And of course, they have reinforcements streaming in. What's that gonna get them? Look at all of these infantry, right? We're gonna bomb them. It's gonna be great. And here, the gyrocopter summon gets him stuck between rocks and hard places. He's taking artillery fire. He's taking gyrocopter and gyro bomber fire. It's just a bad news bear. Time for Azdrag all around. Pretty sick shot out of the 42 pounders there. I don't even know if the Organ Gunners can really see where they're at. It's not super good position. It shoots them from like over there, but yeah, if we... You know what can't dodge one of these? A spider. It's going to do a huge amount of damage to it. Of course, and now everyone meeting their match over here. Pump wagons want to fight guys on the ground. They don't want to fight armor-piercing anti-large guys on the ground. You know, so they have an alright time when they get on the charge, but they're not getting away. The Slayers have made contact. They're about as fast as these pump wagons are once they're in. And now they'll be running... Flank guard working great. We're just going to move up here and here. Organ guns there. We're on the hill there, and then we pop these Orc Boy Biggins, and then we're just going to move on to here. These Giant Slayers are having a wonderful sweeper of a time. Let's get the Doomseekers in there. They're not going to turn this flank. Move up there and there and there. These cannons are still doing all right work on the back line there. We don't need to move them yet. Now we're getting ours into position here and just in time. Oh, beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. The Slayers here having an absolute party. The thing about Giant Slayers is, due to the fact that you can get them at quite high melee attack anyway, you know, they don't need that 30 bonus first large. 69 melee attack with 75 weapon strength, 53 of it being AP, with 80 models in a unit. That's gonna beat up somebody. And sure, they're not so hardy against repeated bonking by armor piercing themselves, but everybody has a problem. And Giant Slayers are that there aren't enough enemies. We get it done. We beat them up. We absolutely tune these fools up. Thunderbarge power, of course. Like, that's the real answer to most of our army problems. Is like, what if you just had a Thunderbarge or two? I mean, 3 or 4 of them might really get it done, but, you know, at what point are you just playing Thunderbarge Simulator? Beautiful. Absolutely getting it done. This turn is going to take like 6 hours. That's okay. I mean, it wouldn't if I stopped fighting all these battles manually, but look how good we did, right? Oh my god. 8,700 value. 8,500 value. The cannons did their best. Okay, so we're seeing clearly the sort of wall between Thunderbarge efficiency and all the other stuff. But of course, you got to be able to protect the Thunderbarges. And then you got to be able to protect what's protecting the Thunderbarges. So you got to have like the ground artillery to shoot the artillery of the foe that's shooting your Thunderbarges, or gyrocopters. Anyway, that was awesome.
For the wisdom of Valaya.
And now these fools get barely any damage on us. And we knock them out. And get the Troll Slayer follower. You know who deserves that is Scory Stonebeard. You earned it. Where is it? Oh, he can't use it because he's a regular lord. Well, you know. How about this Wailing Banner? It's like, I think the Runesmith can get it. Yeah, we'll give it to him. After all, 14 more bonus first large on a Slayer is not that impactful. But on someone who doesn't have any and doesn't have access to his melee attack going higher, very good. We're just quickly going to distribute some of these guys' stuff. You know, if we do it when we've done a battle with them, then it won't be like this daunting thing that we've got to budget a bunch of time and thought power for all at once, right? This guy can go on auto. Alright, so that's Scory Stonebeard. He's like in the lion's den, right? He is up in there having a time, to be fair. He's not like scared. He's partying. All our buildings are free. That's just how it is to be a Dawi. That lord added 12,000 to our upkeep.
My axe thirsts for war.
But we just need to get a few into the pool anyway, so we'll just... You know, that's all of them that we had access to this turn, so maybe I'll regret doing it, but there we go. Alright, I mean, do we have, like, somebody extraneous? Not that the money matters. No, Varangi Ironbeard's not extraneous. He's very important. Alright, so... Good, good, good. Malakai charges out, and the Bugmans and the Copper Pots have already went.
Time for a reckoning.
Oldest Furrowbrow. Now we know that there's like a lot of them around here, so we're gonna go ahead and meet up with Scully and travel together.
Let us be about this.
We're also going to move into open space against Skaven, like I've never been ambushed before. You know, that's a bold strategy. Let's see if it works out. Look, not every boy thrown to the wolves becomes a hero, okay? All the deeps are depths, or mostly. Here. If you see that your main building is still building with some turns, you're like, ah, this is a place I haven't built, you know, my econ stuff yet. That's how I tell. And then here at Blood River, we're just going to get rid of these dies, because who cares? We absolutely need these buildings all to be finishing right, because as they finish, that's going to be getting us, you know, what we need to have free armies ultimately, which is going to happen. You just can't tell right now because we're paying 240% more for everything. But we're actually... So, all 60 of our armies, without the increased upkeep, they only cost 120 grand. So... You know, pretty decent. Easy to pay. You can get on a karma payment plan for that. Of course, that number's going to go up very considerably when all of our Thunder Barges finish. But again, even if our upkeep doubles, we'll still be fine. Not going to like run out of money. I think I have a little more sense than that. Now... What do we do here? Because the thing is we're not ready to kick off the War of the Beard yet. And the North will have a couple forces. I mean, Hardgrim can go and hang out with Grobi. That's totally legit, right? Because if we lose this area at the intro stages of the war, you know, that'll be... acceptable. I mean, broadly acceptable, not like to me, but you know, like to the gameplay. Alright, everybody's gone there and there and there.
Time to slay the Demon Slayer. Just don't get in my way.
Skag, of course, who's just going to dive here, reasoning that no one can do anything about that. No one's going to be in the middle of this forest, like, ever. So, as far as diving blind goes, relatively likely to be a good choice. Alright, so this army... Do we drop, like, one cannon? Yes. Cannon plus organ gun is fine, but for the other stuff, you know, you might as well have something punchier. Do we want, like, an Iron Drake? I mean... Not really. I think we want to drop the Quarrelers and get Thunderers. I mean, one Iron Drake would be just fine. You know, Scory can hold them up in the front and then they'll roast them. This guy can get knocked out because he's not anywhere near an army. And this army needs like some dudes, so we're just gonna get
Aye, lad, what can I do? The runes are
engineer and runesmith there just to try to get them into a force. And then do these guys need dudes? Yes, totally do.
Dragon Slayer. You summoned me?
Honestly, we just need to get like every turn we need to make sure we're recruiting every hero at a place where we can get them into armies, because our hero cap is never going to be like touched again. Probably we're probably always going to be restricted by the amount that are in the pool, which is fine. You know, it's actually a bit of a triumph, right?
For my
Alright, and somehow, I believe this turn is basically done. Let's just look through here real quick. You're hanging out here on purpose.
Master Engineer at your service. Doubtful. One honor. Ah, that is agreement. Slayer. This way, bad Grobi. For a change, doom can come to us. Vengeful, by the ancestor gods. Demon Slayer. Is their doom or mine?
Karaz rolls in here and takes another ancestral Karak. Krakadordin. And Longdrong and his Slayer pirates continue ravaging up through the north. You know, we've chipped away at the Slayer pirates to make the army, you know, a little more reasonable with a couple of Longbeards. Feels more reasonable. And wow, this place was worth a ton. Ooh, it has an Oathgold building and a toolmaker's foundry. That's illegal. But we continue churning through. This place is getting awesome overnight, you know, and just getting a lot of money all around. Squighorn weakened deeps. Because we have so many, we have 23 High King's decrees. It's not like an infinite amount. It is so many that we don't have to worry about it, however. Oh, we need that for deeps. Because as you build more deeps and get to the top level, you refund all of that. I'm like, no, we're trying to save this to get to tier 5. I mean, The thing about a bunch of free buildings is you still need to build them. No, there's probably a thing to be like automatically build buildings, but you know, how good is it? Does it really build what you want them to build? I mean, it's probably fine. We could just put it on everywhere and then later look at everything and be like, okay, I don't want that. If it's not in a green climate, you got to pay a little bit for some stuff, like an animal. But we just keep on churning through and through. You know, here, if we wait to take that one, then we'll be able to upgrade it all the way.
What?
Don't want to build too much in there yet. Here, this is a silly thing to have built. I mean, what you need there is a deeps, right? We'll do it anyway for right now. Seems almost good enough to move forward. We have so much land, of course. Can we hold this one? Yeah, we can totally hold that one. We'll never give up our Karaks again. Because the thing about Golg and his man-eaters here is he hasn't shown up with a single army. I haven't seen a single army of his where I'm like, oh no, how are we going to fight that? It's just like, well, that stuff's fine. But we are running in the front of Karak 8 Peaks, and we are coming around the back with these other forces. Belegar and Thorgrim come out of the shop in one turn. Hey, Minikman, how's it going? We are fighting every enemy the dwarves have ever had. Well, we're delaying a couple of them, which is pretty shameful, but... Alright, what we want to do now is probably just go through our 60 lords who haven't moved and see who has, you know, a place to go. This guy, ooh, he finally arrived here. Well, he wants to get in here. Of course, it resets your ordering that's by action point, which is super annoying, right? Like... Alright, that guy will finish up, and then we'll roll in and fight these Tomb Kings, at least with those armies. That's for goal. We know where he is. Let's move him down there. That's right. We have neutral replenishment, so there's no reason to wait there. We can move... Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Are they going to bring these Wa armies anywhere is the question, though. Because, like, if they want to fight us at a Karak, inside of a Karak, what we need is a deeps so that we can, you know, lock into it. This army doesn't have, you know, as much juice to deal with that problem as I would like, but we're going to roll over here on these orcs and... How much land does... Oh, 17. Okay, so Gorbad's not on the way out. We just, you know, tuned him up, and he's probably not that strong. Alright, well. We've got all of that going on. Summon him if you dare. Blah, 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 blah.
Lad, what can I do? An artillery train to speed us up. I'll tinker.
And this guy is like way inside of everything. I must have gotten him here to do the deeps before I was like, what do I care? Yeah, we're just gonna drop him. Even though, again, maybe we should have just moved him, given how hard it's going to be to recruit heroes in the future. But, alright, that's everybody moved. All 60 of our armies have done something. I'm so proud of me. Alright. We're going to manually save before the autosave for the end turn, because who knows what happens right at this point in campaign. You know, it just... This mod is amazing. This map is massive, and when you look at my piece of it, you might think, what else is there to conquer? Oh, apparently a lot. But we do have a bunch. Just a whole lot. But more is always better. Let's see what we get here. In every turn or two, we should expect... Oh, yeah, sure. Whatever. Brave Khorne, right? You're no match for our encampment stance. No, I mean, that's a fight. Look, at this point, we're not likely going to take 1v1 field battles where the enemy doesn't have that good of an army. Reason being that there's plenty of armies to fight where they'll be in a better position than that. It's not like there's only going to be a few fights to have against Khorne. We've been fighting Khorne for 100 turns. Like an actual 100. But we're about to crack the Realm of Khorne, and then it's Scarbrand, and I don't, know where Arbal the Undefeated lives, but that's most of the Khornies that we'll be dealing with. And that'll be nice. Do-do-do. Oh, that's where Azog is. Azog the Laughter. Kazakin, ha! It's important to do the war cry every now and then. Man, this... I feel... The other good thing about this campaign, which I've said a couple times in the video already, right, though, is that it's going to let me refine my endgame dwarf technique, I'm going to... Through a process of error, we're going to figure out what works and what doesn't a little bit, and probably settle on a number of Thunder Barges, less than 5, but more than 1, for each army. And treat them more like huge centerpiece wizards, or like Chaos Sorcerer War Shrines, where, we build a whole flank of the army around the idea that there will be Thunder Barges there, and not how do we build an army and, we'll put a Thunder Barge into it. But, they're the centerpiece unit rather than another cool artillery piece, which, they're much more than a cool artillery piece, especially with Malakai's campaign, which makes them even more busted than they normally are. But all of the dudes get back. This is good too because Belegar and Thorgrim both have very good abilities that will go well into these forces. We're going to move with Skaldor first though, and replace him after. Alright, and this is of course Belegar Ironhammer's army, true king of the Eight Peaks.
Lord of the Angrun. Revenge incarnate.
Now we have to get up to lightning strike. Inquiring Mind is theoretically good because like it lowers the upkeep and stuff, but we can save the points here, and I think we want to. That is way too good of an ability not to get. Local good, charge good, tunnel warfare better than good. Discourses for the army. Yeah. And then we get Grimnir's heirs, right? And then for the other one, do we get like Gyro tie-in? He doesn't really have that. He doesn't really have much besides the iron. You don't want to get Fire and Fury though. It's pretty underwhelming. I think we just take Tactician.
Our ancestors would be proud.
Because this doesn't really make a difference for Thunderbarge utility. Alternative is Thunderers if we're gonna like move this into more of a thundery army, which I don't hate. But no, we can just lean into the Iron Drake thing. And then here, Grudge and Life, Foe Seeker, Attack. And this, and Onslaught, we get Speed, and not Obstinacy, just because we get Vigor Loss Reduction in other places. Here, Tanky, and then Rune of Grimnir. You don't want Mentor at this point in a campaign. It's not really that important. You know, your other lords are fine, and your heroes will get plenty of experience through the other Mentor heroes. And that way you save a couple of points. This Dragon Slayer, pretty far away from everything. We're just going to run him in the front. He'll have to meet up with an army there, you know. That's the thing about getting wounded. Right now here we want to drop the growth building. And Morgrim Dringer is just trying to like get here to stand in the breach type of thing. Now, which one's the High King's army? It was Grimly, right? Yeah, that, I mean, I think. Who has the most hammerers?
For the wisdom of Valaya.
Well, this is the one with the grudge. Yeah, I think this was actually the army, right? Yeah. So we will replace him with Thorgrim Grudgebearer, High King.
Grimnir's axe thirsts.
Now, these grudges against the specific ones, I don't know if they're important to take here for him, right? We will take Missile Resist, because, you know, Grimnir's heirs, and... because Grimnir's heirs hits Hammerers, Doomseek, all the Slayer units, and Ironbreakers. This is like my idea of a good redline skill, right? It hits all the stuff that you care about in a category. And Axelord is only for the earlier guys, so, you know, it definitely falls off. You want to respec if you take Axelord early. Here, yeah, we'll take the old Tactician. And he's not quite max level yet, but, you know, we Because we can take these chaos, the grudges. We don't need a grudge against chaos or undead for them, right? So we could just do, you know, we'll save a point or two and probably, you know... Well, you know, we'll definitely take grudge against the foul. And then we'll probably take grudge against mankind at some point. But grudge against the foul will be nice. And then, you know, there's that. So Thorgrim now on the field once more. And we now have single turn recruitment for Doomseekers. It's still 5 turns to recruit a Thunderbarge global, but we're working on it. Some places have like a tie-in where you can get, you know, your better stuff. Karaz Ankor does not have unique buildings. No, it does not have unique buildings in the deeps. That's all right. We're going to leave that last one to possibly seal the hold when it comes to say, because I think Thorgrim just needs to, like, defend, you know, the hall here at the beginning of the war, because he's not trying to go off into 8 peaks or anything, right? Right. But although, you know, we have a lot of Thunder Barges finishing up in a turn or two, it's going to be absolutely fine all the same. And now with all of our abilities in, we're recruiting level 19 Thanes, and I think that means we finished our building as well. So now one level away from immortality, but we're about to win the game for a long victory here right now. So that will give us up to level 29 on recruitment on Thanes, which is very excellent indeed. That'll get you almost every ability you care about upon recruitment. But right now, we take the hit. We occupy... This is going to be our long victory screen, right? Nope. Ah, there we go. Ha ha ha, cool. The calm before this game. Skaven are the end game crisis. We get our long... That's right, we get the victory screen because we already beat the domination victory, so this isn't actually winning because we already won, I remember. But we get 10 recruit rank in all provinces. Very good indeed. You know, 16 Master Engineer, they're not quite immortal, still very strong. You know, you get access to your gyro already since we're using that mod, and a bunch of good abilities. Level 29 Thanes, 18 Runesmith. The Dragon Slayer will probably be about 15 or something, but that's very good indeed, right? And that's really going to allow us to ramp up new armies and get them into the cheesy level of strength that we have grown to expect. And of course, although these guys now are totally outstripped by the new power of folks, we're still going to recruit them because, hey, why not? And we're just going to recruit these people at the Everpeak and distribute them out to these armies as they come out into this area here. Alaric Dumminson is recruiting a whole mess of Thunder Barges there. And this land on the interior here is the least important land in our empire. This up here, you know, because if they want to spend some time sieging this junk here, you know, that's a grudging, but, you know, we'll get over it. Like, me personally, not like we the dwarves who will never get over anything. But I'll get over it.
I am the White Dwarf. I'll cast the runes. My axe thirsts for war. Time to slip.
Like, yeah, let's give terror to some Doomseekers. That's nice.
Time for a reckoning. Champion of Cases.
Alright, so Azag's up there. I don't remember what his trait is. Probably like spell resist or something, given his nature. But it's been like ages since I've actually fought him. Can't say that I really recall. The forces of Mother Ostankia are riding out now that we've given them Kislev, right? You know, they are not so interested in hanging out here in the hinterlands, so... Good for them. I'm making stuff for free. Alright, so here at the 8th circle, we will just chill here. Beautiful. Don't really need that there. We can build Oath Gold. Don't really need this here. We can build Oath Gold. And this, just because this gives you, you know, 10 faction-wide experience and like the rarity of items in the experience skin, you know, like why not? Why not? It's all about having the most cartoonishly overpowered dwarves that you can imagine. Alright, Malakai continues moving in this direction because he'll hopefully show up someday right when the war is about to start properly. Now the Skaven will be back. I don't know if that means they'll be all around the world, but if they are, of course, Okri Brynbright is here, a master of runecraft, and absolutely ready for anything that comes his way there. This guy absolutely does not need a rune of anti-large. That's silliness.
Why a slayer? Never asked.
I think it's time to take some of the cool stuff from the guys up here so that we can give it to the cool guys somewhere else. And of course, anyone up here with the Talisman of Preservation ought to have an Iron Warden's Wardstone on account of how that is what they're going to be dealing with. But they move and they move and they move, and we've already got the Eye of Terror, and Redmane just moves on up here. Alright, so Realm of Khorne is sorted out. And that'll be Khorne dealt with ere too long. Mother Stank over there, having a time. Ungrim really considering going there. We're going to let him keep on thinking about it, I guess. Good for him, right?
Keep your axes close.
So he's a real thoughtful dude. Never see Grimnir in a bush. But we take this Karak, which is very proud, you know, because this is a proper dwarf hold, right? Like, and we're settling way too many grudges. Like, what are the grudges even gonna be for the next age, right? How are we going to satisfy the grudge? We'll figure out a way, I'm sure. Of course, we've got plenty of them to fight in this direction, them being Khorne, but we'll be able to pop over the wall here at them. Can I get all the way over? I mean, maybe. Alright. I'm like, that's not remotely everybody, but that's the north dealt with, and now it's time for the Grobi mountain problem, where Drong Elhain shows up. And next turn, that guy is going to finish a Thunder Barge, which means we should just get more Thunder Barges here at the expense of what? This Quarreler. You're archaic. A Longbeard Great Weapon is absolutely outpaced by every other. Like, look, Longbeard Great Weapons are very good units, but Hammerers are just better at everything that they do. So by the time that you're, able to get Hammerers, especially, well, also Longbeards are single turn recruitment and Hammerers aren't, but if you can change that, yeah. We'll get rid of a regular Slayer here, because a couple Giant Slayers is good enough. We are not getting rid of a Great Weapon Grudge Settler. I would never... First of all, they have Guardian. Second of all, they have Guardian. We do, however, need to make room for one more Thunder Barge in the pool at the expense of what? This Bugman Ranger? Yes. And now we'll have, triple Thunder Barge, double Thunder Barge in these armies, and that'll be a thing to do. We'll probably drop this Longbeard for them, and then we'll roll in here and burn down these filthy Egyptian skeletons that are hanging out inside of our lands here. And Elden Clanbreaker moves in here. And Alden Spiderbane, defender of Karak Grom, has been given a new name. Die gloriously, bam, bam, bam. We get the Apachini Mountains here at Domatsburg. Oh yeah, because the magma caverns use up the decrees. I'm like, why am I using so many decrees? Because they use them up. Well, we're even going to hold on to most of this land, right?
My anger burns bright. Getting out of here. Bane of demons.
So we'll get, what, 2 of these, I guess. One of them, sure, and then 1 and 1. And we'll just chill on him for a second, leave a little bit more in the global pool for some other deserving fellow that no doubt is around.
Master of Runcraft.
They might be like moving in here to this Karak. Could we have anybody to put in? Got Groth Oathkeeper. It's gonna recruit our army upkeep by 17,000 if we recruit one, though. Maybe we'll put him off for a turn. All right, now here to Doom, then, indeed. I mean, there's no place to go but forward. There's nothing to do but have courage.
Come with. Armed and ready. I'm leaving. I'll cast the runes. What? Demon Slayer. Follow it. For clan honor, strengthen the shield wall. Ready.
Oh, I'm like, ooh, in the sea lane? Where could that take us? Oh, wow. Oh, that's how Scrag got here? If he uses sea lanes, anyway. I don't know if the AI can. I know Ashlyn can.
There be demons out there. Yes, yes. Aye. It's as good as done. If you say so, beardling.
Just here, we just...
Let us begin. Summon me if you dare. I will not disgrace my ancestors. Beards in belts.
We dive into the 8 Peaks to find that these filthy Ogri are squatting in most of it. Ogri and Grobi, how shameful that we should come to the Hall of Belagar and... Ooh. Ooh. +1 melee defense, all armies. I love a landmark for all armies.
Ready. Doom chaser.
Of course, Belagar's there, and they're there, and we're moving in, and before too long, we're going to get into all of this. Of course, the thing about Golg is he can't get alliances with anyone. So it's like, because he can't have allies, like, the game won't let him have them. It won't matter too much if we hit him. Of course, he does have a band of stuff all the way in here, and we hardly want... Well, you know, maybe Bugman won't capture the brewery himself, right? Because he's very far away, and we can't delay fighting the enemies of the Dawi forever. We can't even delay it at all. We're going to beat up on him very badly, and that'll be what we do, you know, before the War of the Umgi kicks off. Which, of course, the goal there is absolutely not the eradication of the humans. They're not ogres, you know, they're not Grobi, they're not Thaggoraki, they're not any of the, like, irredeemable fools out there. You know, we just...
If it speeds me doom, I'm for it. Vengeful Lord.
We just have a difference of opinion with them about, you know, what the proper role of the humans should be in living inside of dwarven territory, and they think it's all right, and well, you'll never guess what we think about it. We don't think it's all right. We've got a big problem with that. Huge.
Death Seeker. Keep up. Doom's awaiting.
Alright, so all of them move in. Dringer's already moved here.
My anger burns.
Scully is just chilling. Seems wasteful for an army to just be chilling.
Dishonored. Send me to vengeance.
Yeah, Thorgrim will go over here because we'll have this Man-Eater war first. I guess Grobi will sweep this way and then roll back in through the top, allowing the armies of the north to have their triumph there, and letting him get closer to where the real action's going to be for longer.
Summon me if you dare.
Summon me if you dare.
What?
I do not think so.
By the Damas Crop, Lord of Clan Morgrim.
Got that there. Moving in an alright shape there. And the other vampire army for the quest. Is that the only thing we haven't done? No, there's also the Malevolent Treeman army. The caravan thing. Which, in fairness, we're pretty close to now. And maybe flaming cannon ammunition will be good, right? And then the Doomseeker tie-in's solid too. So, you know, still room to get stronger. Morgus Crimson.
Now we wait.
There.
The throng agrees. Aye, grudges will be settled.
Marching, really just to get the trait, but also, you know, for justice and glory. We found him.
Doom comes when it does.
Lord of Clan Morgan, if you say so, Beardley.
Let us begin. As the High King commands.
And Copperpot totally catches this guy out. Ah, Copperpot.
Wisdom of Valaya.
And of course he has his sons, Norgrim and Morik, with him. It looks like somebody died to a hero action there, but they'll be back eventually, and the Copperpots will ride again.
He wants it done right. Vengeful Ridlord. Anad. My axe third.
But Greasus is right here, and you know what that means. It's time to fight the big guy.
Dragon Slayer. Summon me if you dare.
Aye. My anger burns bright.
Follow it. This way, my grumbler. Bring them.
Oh, he ran. Pathetic.
Ready, axes? It is time. Don't rush destiny. For the wisdom of Valaya. Get off,
Knucklebreaker, we'll just move him here, figuring, oh boy. I was like, never mind, let's move back a little bit. I think,
Redirect my recipes.
like, you know, maybe Knucklebreaker is gonna get his knuckles broken here. We'll see. That's some scary stuff, alright. Well, you know, that's what I get for being like, let's move forward. Hey, it's all good, right? We've got our 3 armies there. If we lose an army, it'll just save us a ton of money on car insurance.
To do.
Because a whole lot of Thunder Barges are finishing up next turn.
The dwarfs need me.
But we're also going to have a lot of buildings finishing up next turn. And that's going to help a lot. Alright, so we'll just... keep on rolling. There's Is this place safe? Yeah, we'll never lose this. We'll just keep on churning through. Not up there, much too vulnerable there. Way to turn there. Because for all of these deeps finishing up, like each one of them isn't just like, ooh, that's a little improvement. It's a huge step closer to free armies. And we churn through there. This place definitely has places to build. Good, good, good. And growth. Just churning through. Karaz, of course, has the ceiling of the thing, possibly, but we don't want that. No, we certainly don't want to seal the grudge hall, not when we're doing so good at getting rid of all of the grudges in the world. Here, ooh, Scaven Lab, bad. Because I don't know how many places away we are from free armies, but it's probably not like a ton. And of course, more global stuff, more hilarious, more everything. More is always better. Like, we know that up in our home place, all of those have been depthsed for a while. But here, did we? Nope. That. So each one of these buildings represents the dream of the Dawi people, which is being decoupled from considerations of paying for an army and just getting to play the game like you're a Tomb King, but, you know, a king of the deeps. But Carrick flag is good, and this place gets its deeps. There in the high pass, Howling Rock is already fine. We need to drop these places. Well, I mean, having one place to recruit them is fine. We need to drop some of those for deeps and walls and such. I think New Lamia is like, yeah, Silver Pinnacle, that was ages ago that we got that sorted out. Here, still need a little bit of time for the deeps there. I think this is safe. Yeah, this is up there. That is very safe indeed. It's like right before the war kicks off, we should like suddenly find that nothing costs anything anymore. that, you know, the dwarven people as one, like, clamor to join the throng. The age of the beard will be upon us. The age of men is over. Good bad needs a term to get deepst. Alright, that seems like we've done enough. These turns take a while, huh? But you know, I feel like most of our armies have moved, and let's check.
The runes are ready. An accord bound by runic law.
My axe thirsts for war.
Yeah, and he needs to hold the fort down here. And this Thane with his terrible name, you know, we'll try to get him a different name someday if he can show some honor.
To do the guild's bidding. Grease those axles.
Alright, and that's actually... I'm like, no way, that's everybody moved. I'm like, that's impossible. And it was.
My axe thirsts for war. What? For the wisdom.
Right, so they have grabbed that. Well, what we'll do is
I will
move
not
to
share
Drakenhof
my clan.
and await the word from the High King. And now we actually have moved with everyone, which is crazy. Alright, what do we do with this army? We drop the Longbeards because he's sitting still, and that means we can refine the force and get what? Like a Doom Seeker. Regular Iron Drake seems fine. Alright, alright. And it's like, we could probably just drop like 4 armies and then we would get to parity, but that's not what this is about. Like, do I look like a guy that knows when to say when? No way. No way. But we actually did like 2 turns already, which is crazy. Like, this is quick work. Of course, a previous turn that I did last night off camera did take about 2.5 hours, where I built a ton of stuff and distributed a lot of items and did a lot of things. So, you know, we're sort of leaning off the back of that. Ooh, you want a lightning strike bugman? Fascinating. All right, this is going to be fun. We're going to take a short break real quick. I'm going to grab a Mountain Dew, and then we're going to have our invisible battle against Grease's Goldtooth. It's going to be sweet. Because he lightning strikes us, but that's what we want, you know. The point is to make any army strong enough to beat any other army and to keep them around friends. And then if they want to try to ambush us, we'll have all our invisible Bugman's Rangers. Our invisible flyers, our invisible Thanes. Because, like, what do they have to deal with the invisible flyers? They have just lead belchers. We'll be able to crack that. This is an invisible grudge thrower. Of course, grudge throwers aren't very good against ogres due to the fact that they rely mainly on explosive damage, so they want more density in units, but it'll still be very good and invisible. And it hits -16 off of the leadership, and that's enough to make them very sad. But we will we'll get to it after a short break, and we'll get right back. All right, so see you then. All right. Our invisible army. Proof of concept time. Of course, it's an incomplete stack. We need to get, like, because we got the banner for invisible slayers, so, like, an invisible giant slayer would go real good in this army. Because we'll just go over the back, drop over the lead belchers. Because they're the only thing that can really hurt us here. And we're gonna double spear the mobility Greasus. Of course they're trying to flank around that way, but... get very shot up by the lead belchers because, man, that movement took us way further afield than we wanted to be. That's alright. The gyrocopters will prove very good at dealing with them. Of course, the ogres being pretty low on flyers and not having any at all here, their flyers wouldn't even be able to match up with Thunderbarge, though. They just get chunked. And here, of course, goblobbers, lobbing gobs. And this is like the dream for the Bugman army, right? Absolutely demolishing them, and of course 308 missile strength is not enough on a single thing. Like, you need that on 4 and you're barely tickling a Thunderbarge, but as it is, we are just in shape for it. These gyros are about to run away. We want to, nope, we fail to get their ability in soon enough, but you know, they're they drastically overestimated what they could do to Bugman's stack. Of course, how much of this actually involves Bugman at all? I mean, not tons. Because, you know, the only guy they can see is the Thane, right? And the Thunderbarges, so there's nothing we can't fix. We probably want... So, we're seeing here if we just had, like, one more not Thunderbarge, but, like, proper gyrocopter, right? Or maybe a gyro bomber, because they do good too, but probably like a gyrocopter or 2, because then they could go in nicely with these engineers and, you know, do a little better at chopping up the fools on the ground that might shoot at the Thunderbarge. But Skeggy Threxen is brawling with a bunch of monsters. Not very smart, but hey, very brave. At least there's that. But the other heroes are coming in. And Greases is here. And Bugman is flipping out. He is in the midst of them. He is hitting. He is trucking on them. It is absolutely a party here. And it looks like he's going to get the execute on the big guy here. Bugman just needs to connect one more time. And there we go. Greasus gets taken out. Bugman still very bravely fighting. Beating on the Stonehorn, beating on them all. And that is how it's done. A nice clean schwemmering of Greasus with our fun little invisible army. Of course, so like, what's the point of it being invisible? It's fun. It's thematic. What's the actual point of it? I mean, there isn't one. We could just have more of an air force. And honestly, maybe the Bugman stack can have just like a couple Bugman's Rangers to protect the invisible artillery, and then more of an air force. And that actually, totally fine. And then we'll have like the invisible Slayer unit too. Like it. I like it. We just need to find a way to get him some more Thunder Barges that doesn't involve him sitting still, so we'll work on that. But if he's going to be fighting like elves, then you know we will hardly want stuff to be like that. But here, Goldtooth falls victim to one of the classic blunders and attacks me. I think Goldtooth's trait is like tariffs or something. Like, it's not good. And it probably is good, but it just doesn't matter. There's a lot of stuff in the game that would be good if you got it at the beginning. But what you're really looking for in defeat traits later is stuff that, like, makes your entire faction good. Those are pretty rare. Or stuff that makes the one lord a lot better. Those are more common. But often you'll get one that's like, ooh, +5 leadership when fighting against Bretonnia. This is worthless. No, those have been rolled into a different trait now. But you definitely used to get, like, terror when fighting Empire when you beat Franz. And you're just like, so? Oh no, now they're afraid of me. No, that's underselling it. Terror is actually very good, and some factions have a super hard time of getting it. Some can quite casually get access to terror, but, you know, that's just part of the game. But the interns, you know, they give you a lot of time for contemplation. No, to be fair, my turns take so long you can hardly complain about the computer taking about 15 seconds to do all their thinking. It's big map, and there's a lot of the stuff for them to do, like worry about me. You want military access? Nah, bro. No way. King Setup of Bagar. Like, where are you even from? What are you doing up in my mountains? It gives you a bunch of build income. Well, actually, you know, situationally, that would be very nice early, especially as dwarves, where you want, like, one province to get a bunch of money. But, you know, hardly matters to us here. Savage Blow is active. A whole bunch of stuff comes in, but, you know, we would have gotten discounted armies, but we just finished up a whole lot of thunder barges, probably. That's exactly what happened. We did see them go from 1.1 to 1.2k and cost just over the turn, though, so that is very good. All right, let's start up in the Chaos Wastes and just get rolling through the turn.
Demon Slayer. Don't stop till you're dead. Doom Chaser.
And here we dive because there's no utility of staying in, and much utility in diving. But, alright, Hell Pit Gates. We will wait there. We will build here. Drung continues being a boss. Promote synergy. Attack the Legion of Chaos. Be an assault expert. Carry the plague.
Demon Slayer. Walls. Good. Maybe your doom is yet to come.
Copter, and we don't need any more up there, and he's definitely going to move to there at some point, probably. I better not have to help Ungrim with that. That'll be obnoxious. Redmane's already gone, which means Logan Redmane and Griswold Redmane are all up here together, you know. Let's call him a Redmane, too. The proud Redmane family. Rolling through the north.
Rune Lord.
One rug. Fight.
Kazakat.
Summon me if you dare.
Yes, summon me if you dare. In this direction, we've only got one force with Stonebeard. No, well, Skag is here. And his ex thirst for war. And of course, that's the thing. Like, for every army that we do have to fight, like, when you break in, when your tempo looks like this, you get all the way in. But we'll get to build all of our buildings here and here and here. Saving the last slot. the sealing of holds, as it may be necessary. Deeps there. Of course, it's single turn deeps building time, and then... Alright, here we just want, what, a couple of gyros. Already got enough of the abstract army here, so we'll just... a little bit there. Dringer, the idea is for him, because his army is very established and full of straight heat in the form of his hero crew. Ah, Copperpot, that's where he ended up. I was like, Gemmet Copperpot, where are you, sir? But we're gonna draw both of these Slayer pirates. Grab one giant Slayer, one gyro bomber, just with a couple of master engineers. That'll do good work. Or, you know, gyrocopter, yeah, because they do real good. They just need help.
Just don't get in my way. We sharpen our own axes here. Fight like a slayer, die like a slayer. What?
This army just... Oh, it's like a little further forward than we want. The Skagrad axe is here. Like, what's the worst they could have? I mean, don't answer that. Well, it isn't anything. Alright, we have one more turn of Forsaken Crown recovery. We just go ambush here. We may well convince them to walk right into it. The fools.
For the wisdom of Valaya. No, I will not shame my clan. Time for a reckoning. The axe thirsts for war.
Aye, it is time.
I think this guy needs sharpen. No, he doesn't have it yet.
Alright, to war. It is time.
Oh, that guy was on the wrong side of the river.
Begin.
Alright. So...
Dragons
these fellas in the mountains will be able to roll out
where shall we go?
and distribute. Alright, here you hardly want to drop a hammerer, but...
Where's my bookmark? I've lost my place.
Demon Slayer.
Scally with his 5 thunder barges. That's right. We were recruiting those. All right, so we'll give Thorgrim another one of these. What do we take in return? Well, he doesn't need 2 organ guns.
My throng seeks only death. I'm no leader, but someone has to be.
Go in like so, and then...
Leave it to me. To do, then. What? For the wisdom of Valaya.
And here, well, they've got 3, and they've got... Because when we start getting into this many thunder barges, it's not just great, it's awesome. But that's what we've got going on. Scally's got 5, and then like we've got various places around where
For the wisdom of Valaya.
our brilliant folk were recruiting the thunder barges and the mountain passes, ready to bring them out for glory in the Dawi Empire for the Karaz Ankor. Alaric Damison, you know, he's got his crew rolling, because we just finished all those thunder barges and our upkeep went down. That's the kind of shape we're in now, right? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Ready. By the grudge bearer's will.
And because our buildings are free, you know, it's all just gravy. Everything we do just makes everything better. There's no cost assigned to it. The only cost is nominal. It's like, oh my goodness. I've never seen this before. Okay. Broken war machines, a collection of what appear to be broken Dawi-Zharr war machines. While they cannot be utilized in their current form, they could certainly be used for parts. This gives us negative faction upkeep. Gives us chaos uninvited for corruption. We're not going to break this location. It gives us 10% missile strength for grudge throwers, bolt throwers, cannons, goblin hero, and organ gun. That is awesome. Obviously, you don't the rare deeps locations. You just got to build a lot of them. I haven't ever seen that one. Very cool. But of course, that will mean that we will just. No, we'll eventually... I mean, maybe we actually, because of our faction effects, you know, it's possible that even... Yeah, we still have enough. Our overall faction is so resistant to corruption that even with that, you won't even be able to tell that it's going on. Such is the strength of the hardy Dawi people. And of course, we get -5 for having the depths in Zarnagrund. There's all sorts of great effects from our righteous past, and we are reaping the benefits ever to sow them. Alright, so Finny Redmane, we want to move down. Yes. The idea. Wow. Yeah. My lady Estancia, right? Like she waited so long to get into Kislev, and now that she's got it, you know, like she's having a party. And we're just gonna, you know, let her keep on with it, because, you know, soon enough we'll be fighting a big war, and we'll see what Estancia thinks about it. I bet she's gonna be ready to fight alongside us. She's a ride or walk away into the forest kind of gal. You know, she's not gonna fair weather you like some Kislevites. I could mention Katarine. Just saying, people don't forget. Might have been like, wasn't that like almost a whole year ago? Like, I don't know when that campaign was, but I remember it. Katarine knows what she did, alright? She knows. But we are likely now just knocking on the door of arbitrarily large money. It won't be too far away. Build 2 more deeps there. We have 7 High King decrees now, so we're actually almost out. We've been using them up like candy, but they will get back to us at the top level of the deeps. It just takes a little while, but we're going to do it here as well. Because the magma caverns don't refund the decrees, whereas all the other things do when you get up high enough. And it does take 2 for them, so... We don't want to go too low on decrees. Like, what if we get a special building that requires them somewhere, right? So we'll just chill a little bit here. On decree requiring buildings. We're getting up to more Thunderbarge recruitment all around. That is to, you know, get a single turn recruitment faction-wide. Eventually, that is the fervent dream of the Dawi, right? Of course, you need high public order to get the benefits of some of these buildings, but in most places we have plenty of it. And then, you know, it's just good sense too. Like the Dawi like their little parties, and then we'll just build oath gold in some places, reasoning that more oath gold is good actually. I think all of those are good. Yes, yes, yes. Help It like isn't all in a row, which is very funny or dumb depending on your view of map stacking. But hey, look, I'm proud of them for making this. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I would do it differently. I wouldn't do it at all. I'm super lazy, and this seems hard. Like, how do you even start learning how to do this, right? Seems like a lot of effort. Couldn't be me. Nah. I've done a mod thing before. No, not like this. No. It was a sub-mod of an existing mod. I shouldn't overplay anything. But we continue building it all and building it all. We're going to be in super great shape to have this fight with the entire world ere too long. And then, like, right on time, right on turn 200, when this whole war wants to kick off, everything should get free, I think. And, we should have... I don't think it'll be single turn recruitment on Thunderbarges by then, but it will be very, very quick. You know, maybe 3 turns whenever it all comes over. So as if it were where you were at natively. I mean, it's still a good result. But of course, it's always nice to get to the part of the stack of land where you're like, oh, this is where the fields of corn are, because then you just run through it. It feels good. Gets inside there. Knucklebreaker's here. Does he have lightning strike? Sure enough, does.
Yes. By the Dammer's crop. Only one I listen to is me. Can I help you?
And then here we'll just get some doughty dwarf warriors to fill up the army because, hey, why not? Bugman, fresh off beating up that fool, the big bad. Greasus will run in this way, and Silverhorn will get in. We'll be able to help him out there. Pretty sweet fortress here, huh? Is this where... Maybe this is where, like, Drazoth wants to start out. And then he's rolling in there, and we're rolling in this way. Bugman's doing good, good, good. And Malakai will get there, I mean, ish, whenever things are going. Alright, so that's everything there and there and there, and this guy's here, and he's moved. Have we moved in the Realm of Khorne yet? Nope.
Demon Slayer. Is their doom or mine? Let us find our depths. This scar. Right. Demon Slayer.
Oh, well, we're gonna go in here and have a brawl with these fools. I think we actually, yeah, these guys are mainly itemed up, so it'll actually be quite a fight.
What?
Yeah, we'll just start giving items here. Oh yeah, the getting that on the item. You can't buy that from the shop, can you? No, that's just like a green one. So that one's actually pretty good because it lets you get stock without using it on your mail. But anyway, we'll go down here and fight these two servants of blood and see if this time we end up in the arena a little better. We don't have thunder barges in this army, so we might just run in and die, you know. That is part of meeting your doom, right?
If you say so, beardling. Now do it.
But we may not wait around for Skull Taker, but, you know, we'll, 'cause there's one last
Demon Slayer.
thing to do, which is walk through this portal into the other side of the world with Tecton Sourscald and see what happens. I know what happens. We go to the realm of Nurgle.
Dishonored.
We're doing it. We're just gonna brawl. We're gonna go. These Khornate fools aren't gonna be too long for the world. You know, they're already locked in here, and Okri will just go down, and we could just like sit outside here and encamp and wait for Skull Taker, like bellow a challenge, be like, we're not going anywhere till you show up. We know you're in there. You know, that kind of thing. Did I make it through another turn? Oh man. I'm like, no, there's definitely some place that we're not moving. Alright, here we go. And it may be that Grom was sitting there because he was on the other side of these guys, but no, I don't actually think you walk in that way, right? This is like inside.
You're not right, Ed.
Vengeful Ridlord. Demon Slayer.
Armed and ready. For Karaz.
And then we take this Karak. The province of Shattered Teeth is now in the fold of the Dawi once more. Karak Azor is ours over on this front. And Gutri Hasselfriesian is recruiting even more thunder barges. And then Deldrick will be able to run in here and grab some and Alden as well. So that's the first instance of the Thunderbarge recruitment working just as planned.
Time for a reckoning.
This army doesn't have the Thunderbarge recruitment. Do we have? Well, no. Pull them real quick. Okri's just trying to get on that side of this blob so that he can stiffen the opposition there. Mordrim here is asking questions about manliness. Yeah, you don't really need Doomseekers against Ogres. That's probably what this battle is going to be against. And then we'll just... yeah, they'll be alright there. We'll probably want more global recruitment somewhere else. And in the 8 peaks... Belagar and Lune make contact. At long last. Belagar Ironhammer's flags will fly in the 8 peaks once more.
Time for a reckoning.
And then we're gonna fight all of these absolutely preposterous interlopers that are all living where I ought to be holding sway. It's an outrage for the others to be living here at Karak 8 Peaks, and we are going to deal with it.
I stand defiant. Dragon Slayer.
I was like, did he declare on me? No, Emmerich didn't. Emmerich will, probably eventually.
Let us begin.
I'm not, like, afraid of him. I am. I'm not, though. Look, what can he do? What can he do? You know how long it's going to take him to get to the other side of the map? That turn, we just saved down to 50k there. The upkeep. Good stuff.
Aye, it is time. What?
We've got all of that going, and they've all moved, and Malakai's moved. Thunderbarge recruitment continues.
Yes, yes. Retake the realms. Let us begin. Maybe your doom is yet to come. A binding oath. Buster arms, killer of dragons. It shall be done. Dragon Slayer. Plenty to do. The runes are ready. It shall be done.
Oh, we need to get that guy out of there.
Let's go.
Gotta be sharpening the weapons, right?
The runes are ready. Bane of demons. Follow at your peril.
So we drop one thing from this army to make room for him. What is it? One quarrel or no? One cannon?
Follow a slayer. Slayer. Agreed. I've cast the runes. Right.
Sonori Bugman.
What orders? You have my allegiance.
Alright, we're down to 4 High King decrees. Such is the speed of us making these. But of course, the entrance halls are going to give us one back when they get to the top level. And they do that everywhere. So we're just gonna... wait for a bit. Alright, I think that's most of everybody. Nope, not these guys. That's right.
Lord of Clan Morgrim. Demon Slayer. This way by Grumney. Never saw Grimnir in a bush.
Never saw Grimnir in a bush.
If you wants it done right. My legs are only so long.
And then here we've already got the RDM, the backup, and the front line-ish. Well, a little bit more front line won't hurt. And by that I mean Slayers for anti-flank.
That is agreement. Master of runecraft.
Out in the open. Keep up. Doom's awaiting. The axe thirsts for war.
Armed and ready.
Ending a turn in March when you're totally safe is smart to do because you get a very good trait for it. Alright, alright, alright. Everything on there is fine. And then on this front, have we moved the north? Score is moved. Yes, yes, yes. Down to 48k right now. Wow, look at that. Making the money.
Pride keeps me warm. To doom, then. Demon Slayer.
You know, he's thinking about taking that sometime.
Petty concerns of your I will visit it.
Like, alright, so that... Like, I want you to get this. Can they not? They don't want to go because it's plagued or something? Probably.
What?
Alright. I think we've done enough to where even if we stop the turn now, it'll be fine if we miss a little bit. Alright, but where's Morgus? He's holding down Karak Krum. That's fine. Halkenhoff is gonna need to be replaced.
For the wisdom of Valaya.
But yeah, we got those guys in the pool, so we just need to
Casting the runes.
Dragon Slayer. Alright, lads. Come witness my doom.
Yes? You summoned me?
And then we're just gonna get all these, inject them into Vrangi's army, and he'll be ready to roll out
For a reckoning.
with a strong force of Ironbreakers plus Thunder Barges.
Cannons moving.
Be inspired by a slayer.
And of course, we're just going to... Like, how much does it cost us? 18 grand for each one?
Summon
But we need to, you know... Oh, right, you can only recruit one per place. That's right, I remember. Well, in that case, we'll just recruit them a couple more.
summon me if you dare.
Because here, we just need to get the high-level lords into the pool so that later, when we want to recruit a lord for an army, we've already got them in the pool, or if somebody, you know, dies or gets wounded or whatever, we'll be able to do that. And of course, this is totally free. Basically, I mean, you just pay to grab their army. It doesn't cost the upkeep over the end of the turn. And the fact that you have the lords in your pool is not a thing that the game, like, punishes you for once they're there, you know. Alright, alright.
To do the guild's bidding.
Aye, all right.
Axe thirsts for war. us begin. What?
Valaya's will binds me to you.
A runesmith's duty is never done. Master engineer at your service. So be it. What? Do.
But alright, alright, alright. That is all of that.
Better wheels, lad.
Demon Slayer.
And those guys will be partying soon. Rungi Truth Teller is holding down.
Dare.
Mount Greyhag doesn't need to move. Morgus is holding down Karak doesn't need to move.
For the wisdom of Valaya.
All those armies are fine. Malakai is moving in there. Thunderbarge, Thunderbarge, Thunderbarge recruitment going right on schedule. Our discounts now bringing the guys back in line to where we want them to be, and it won't take more than a turn or two, I think, for all of these deeps. It may be 4 turns, but it could be sooner for all of these deeps to sort of pay off every dividend that we've been dreaming
By the
of.
king's command.
The runes are ready.
It is time.
And there we go. We have recruited all the heroes, which we always want to do every turn. We can just make an army for them, right, if we don't have it. But if you don't recruit the hero, how long is it going to take to find one? You'll never, ever know. We are not going to distribute levels. That's going to be like a thing that I do when I take a break and I'm eating some ramen. So what we're going to do is try to get through one more turn for that reason. And we just straight venerate the ancestors everywhere. Even when you don't think we need to, we venerate them.
There's nae pleasing some folk.
Alright, time to brawl. Now this is like an ad hoc Slayer army, right? This is a bunch of guys that want to fight and no thunder barges. That's okay. It does mean we don't have to defend anything. We just got to find a space to fight where we want to fight. And that's where we'll brawl. And I guess we might be able to heal everybody. I don't know how getting spells in the Realm of Khorne works.
Serpent Slayer! Stand together! Do it! Kazu! War of vengeance!
Because do we just fight like right here?
Ancestor gods! Slayers! Fate cursed!
I mean, maybe. This seems fine, right? Yeah, let's do it.
The clans unite! Why are you all following me? It's really, really annoying. Just go and kill something! Go! Slayers! Moving out!
Obviously, they're going to make the charge at us, and obviously we're gonna very bravely be brawling when it comes to it. Alright, so... I have no idea what's going on with this thing, but maybe... Alright, so they all have it too. Maybe we're just getting it for free. That's pretty fun. But we want them to come out and fight. Look, that dude's got like 100 armor and stuff, but I bet if he comes in, all of our slayers will just rip him up. We're just gonna speed up because they are gonna. Obviously, this is gonna be super rough. This guy, I don't think, is even invisible, so yeah. He does, however, not have Unbreakable. He does have infinite ammo. Let's charge the Gorbi's Chariots of Khorne. Chariots hardly want to be running into single entity heroes. This is sort of like their absolute nightmare. Make them wriggle. We just want to back up here because we don't want to get caught out like away from all the slayers. We do want to get him, because if they've jumped in on us, right? So now we get to, oh my goodness, just beat him down so hard. Wow, 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 look at that. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful in your whole life? Wow, 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 dude, these guys can get it done, huh? Of course, he's been taking some damage, but... Man, they are really trucking on him, of course. That's a lot of stuff to hit like trucks, so... You know, we may not win, but... We might. We need to keep Karaz Ankor alive. You know, I don't think we even leveled him, right? I mean, he's got levels, but I don't know if we leveled him. But they are absolutely trying to flank here, but now the Skull Cannon, oh yeah, getting into the hewers there. Chopping them up, chopping them up. Beautiful stuff. But now it's a regular brawl. Okay, so now it's time to get a big bomb on this block and hope that it'll make all the difference, right? Smoke bomb will actually lower their defenses quite a lot. Very good, very good. And here the Skull Cannon. You know, I actually think the hewer was working against us there. It's alright. We're just going to get it here. These hewers definitely feasting pretty good. And we're just charging the Skull Crushers. Look, we don't have charge defense against them, so we're just going to get into them. And it works. Shot in there, and he needs to back up Well, I mean, not really. No, he doesn't really. I mean, what happens if he dies? We'll get a leadership debuff? On whom? And we're just going to get the Goblin Hewers continuing on. These are too far forward. These can charge in. The Lord meets his end, fighting demons. But that's the thing, is these fools are done now, and we win! Glorious! You know, we found a hallway to fight in, and boy oh boy did we truck on them. Gorgeous. Look at them run. Look at them run. Some Khornates. We didn't even have a Thunder Barge, right? But that's the thing, is if they land those Bloodthirsters in 5 Slayers, they will kill them in, 5 seconds, as you saw. And with Goblin Hewers, even easier. Oh my, 11,000. Okay, that's where 11,000 damage on this Goblin Hewer. 8k on that one, 8,500 on that. It's all about finding the right target, right? The Slayers hit somebody. Man, those Goblin Hewers, though. Okay, so sure, the Dragon Slayers were doing some work, too. But man, oh man, yeah. You know, if you know you're going to be fighting against stuff like this, like an ultra-high-value army, then, well, you know, a Bloodthirster costs a lot. But a Goblin Hewer will pop it in 10 seconds. Man, getting it done. You love to see it. Slayers meet their end. We are not going to help the ogres take it. He does walk away. Well, at least there's that. Scrag's trying to be a bro, but, you know, he doesn't appreciate that I have already judged him and found him wanting.
A friendly face is always welcome.
France wants to offer me a very lucrative trade contract. However, the thing is,
Those tricks.
I wonder where Mother of Stank is going to fall in the war. If we end up having to fight her, well, you know, well, shame. I mean, it would be. She's long been a close friend, but you do what you have to do for the Karaz Ankor.
To do. Win the battle, they will come.
And that guy walks into our trap.
You're doing my nothing.
Judy. Yeah, we'll definitely take a trade agreement with you. I don't imagine we'll regret it.
Jamie, could you pass?
Of course, that trade agreement will make me a zound of money on top of the money that we're already going to make over the end turn from the deeps upgrading and such, because it's not just, you know, it's not just the negative upkeep. We also get more money everywhere too. Hello, Whitefire. How's it going? Oh, it's going wonderfully. We are rocking out. All right, we need a fill up here. Well, I guess we'll do Groth Oathkeeper.
Follow me, you parrot.
And the Age of Reckoning competes. Nollengrom. And of course, we have a lot of people get wounded all over. But that's okay. Do we want to wait for Skulltaker to get back out? Well, Groth Oathkeeper needs to bounce anyway, right? Because it's kind of wounded here. Well, we'll just
Demon Slayer.
go up here to be able to recover some. Are we going to go to Thunder Barge? Oh, yeah, we've got some Thunder Barges. So, the map, we're playing the old world. Orange is me. I have 242 settlements. That's why the title is that I'm the Endgame Crisis. We have 63 armies. Some of them have a couple Thunder Barges. Some of them have a bunch of them. I've got guys in the hills here. So these armies, we're about to start like the Great War, right? We've already taken out all the Chaos Dwarves. That was the first phase. And Malakai McKyson got reabsorbed into the High Kingdom. Gotrek and Felix are up here in the Realms of Khorne, and they're almost entirely done pacifying the entire Blood God's domain. We're rolling through the mountains here, and we're going into the 8 peaks. Of course, some of the 8 peaks here, we got Belagar and Lynn Thunderstone coming in here, but a wizard should know better. And then Elspeth at Zufbar. So the Umgi are all over traditional dwarf holds, and we're about to have the Age of Reckoning, the real war of the last times. We're at turn 196 at like 200. That's when all of the treaties will be over and stuff, and we're going to absolutely brawl. We're going to fight Emmerich. We're going to fight Franz and Elspeth if they don't give me my land back. We're already fighting Scarbrand up here. Like, it is absolute brawl city everywhere. It's great. I love this campaign. I've never played Old World before. It is the coolest. And Dwarves, of course, because of the deeps, our increased upkeep is 350,000, but we're only down 70k a turn. That's 2.2 million, not 200,000, so we're not really worried about money.
Leave it to me.
But, so, as the Great War of all of wars happens, out of the mountains, we'll have, like, a lord come in with, like, 10 Thunder Barges, and then we'll be able to distribute them to the armies already in the field who have more reasonable forces, and then all of a sudden, you know, everyone's gonna have, like, 3 or 4, and I feel like that's gonna be very cool. We have single-turn global recruitment for almost everything, due to all the buildings we have. So the only thing that takes more than one turn is the Thunder Barge at 5. I've also never played Old World. This is the coolest campaign ever. So it's been very storyful. So Malakai starts up here at Caragdoom. The Brynbright family, very important. Okri Brynbrights with Gotrek and Felix now. So up here in this area is Dekala, Tamarkon, Archeon's Not Fall Away, Sail the Faithless, Kolek Suneater. They all live up there. Valkia the Bloody. They all live there. All in here. So you're fighting them the whole time. Oh, and then the Chaos Dwarves right here. So I spent like maybe 100 turns with no land, basically. Like, we were just holding on to our core here, building it up and trying to get some breathing room, trying to get out. And man, once we got out, oh boy did we ever. Ungrim was on the back foot very heavily. We ended up being able to save his faction and trade him a bunch of land up here. And then Thoric Ironbrow was doing super good. And then, you know, we just rolled in. Once we took once we took out the Chaos Dwarves, and man, was that ever a war, dude. Oh my god. So they were the in-game crisis before I came along. Satan the Black had like, oh, I don't remember, 53 settlements, something like that, a whole lot. He was rolling around with armies with like 5 pain trains in them. Like, just such brutality. It was rough. But over time, we developed a little bit of, strategies for dealing with them a little bit, and figured out that we could just charge in very, very powerful heroes, and that was a way to deal with them. But so we're pretty soon going to have free armies and thus infinite money. We already don't pay anything to recruit armies in a lot of spaces, like it's just totally free recruitment, and we already have super discounted upkeep, but we should get it entirely free eventually, and then we'll just have nothing but freedom. What difficulty? Very hard, very hard. Got a Wood Elf Sisters games you just started? Oh, nice, dude. What a fun campaign that is. I love the Sisters of Twilight. When that campaign came out, I bought it and I just had a blast. It wasn't in a great spot when the campaign first happened, but I still loved it. We're just gonna drop these guys and get Beernuff Knucklebreaker in here to the Silverhorn. Bugman's army. Well, let's move Copperpots out. Grab this one here, drop that, grab that.
For the wisdom of Valaya. Ready.
So for Bugman's force here, a Giant Slayer to make invisible would be good, and then we just need something else. Probably Gyro, yeah. Just getting into the game, you've been enjoying it? Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I've played a whole lot. I got like 2,000 hours or so into the series. I'm not good. I don't want to present myself as being good, but I have played a lot of it. Any advice for a new player to Total War Warhammer? Well, the Wood Elf campaign is very different than every other kind of campaign is. So, specifically for Sisters, I would say my advice is just focus on your army and being able to skirmish really heavily and getting some cool items on the main lord, and you'll be able to ride that to great victory. There's a blue item in the enchanted item slot that you can get just randomly through the campaign. It is called the Ranger's Quiver here. This is the most important item in the game for your Sisters. It gives you this ability called Unending Volley. So every 30 seconds, you're going to put a little bit more ammo back into your pouch, and that'll make it so they can... You done Malakai and the bigger high one? Okay, cool. Yeah, well, Ranger's Quiver, that's my real advice for Sisters, is this item will let you do anything you want. And you get something through the tree for healing magic on the Sisters, leaning into Ariel, who is a massive beast of a wizard. That's the real thing. But generally, I would say the biggest traps in Warhammer are investing money into avenues that are unrewarding. So some factions, building higher economy buildings is good, but a lot of them, they don't really pay off that quickly. So it's more of you wouldn't want to do it at the beginning, or building too many recruitment buildings in places, that kind of thing. But for High Elves, just... Not High Elves, for Wood Elves, remember what you're good at. You tell yourself all the time, I'm a Wood Elf. Don't try to build an army like you're a High Elf, right? With a big line of spears and a front line. You want to melt away, especially as Sisters. Get you some Hawk Riders in the sky, right? Get you eventually some Way Watchers, invisible archers that you can support With the sisters, that's going to be your bread and butter, right? Because you're going to be able to manipulate them into going to some guys that they think are like undefended, and then you can bring like your dudes out of the trees and pop them. Sisters doing fire support. F gets you into melee mode, and sisters are very, very good at a dive smash to like terror route people from the rear. Generally, the sisters, they get a dragon eventually. You almost always want to use the bird because it's faster, and they have better, like, so you can hit with the bird and they'll shoot off the back of it at the same time. And the dragon's just a little slower and a bigger target. But, yeah, just play in the woods, you know. Play like a wood elf, and you'll be surprised how effective it is. What happened to... Oh, it's right here. I'm like, Scally's army got... I couldn't see it because of all the heroes messing with me.
It's their doom or mine. What? For clan honor? Let us settle this.
Death Seeker.
But, so the specific mechanics for sisters is like, it's called the Forge of Daith, where it just like lets you select some good items or upgrade them. I forget what slot it is. I think it's an enchanted item. It's like a ring where it lets you heal things. That's the item you get out of the forge. There might be one that gives you like better replenishment in foreign. Like, that's super good too. But the one that lets you heal, because then you can do careless things with the sisters, right? Like run immediately over their army and dive their artillery while you're off being safe. Hawk Riders with sisters are super good. But yeah, so just remember that for a wood elf, the tree is everything. It's I love wood elf campaigns. Draika is one of my favorites that I've ever done. Because it's just all trees, everything. But for wood elves, some of the heroes, they won't match up that well. The Glade Captain, when you get them on like on the Eagle, that's a nice pairing for you on the Eagle, but they don't. You'll be surprised by how bad a lot of missile heroes are. It's weird, actually.
For a change, doom can come to us. Doom chaser. My throne seeks only death. Demon slayer. Death seeker.
In Hargrim Ironforge, we're gonna go through this Nesh portal like next turn. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. And Okri's going to go down here and finish them up. We're going to try to get a Skull Taker fight out of it, but I'm not going to wait more than like one turn for it. Oh! I'm like, what's this guy? Oh, Jamek Ironbeard here. This is our... Our War of Vengeance guy. Well, you know, they'll be showing up right on time. Because I guess if this guy doesn't get beat up, he's just around forever. You know, for 15 turns. Forever. The last time my favorite faction lord... Oh, what a good question. I love the Malakai campaign. This campaign is the most fun I've ever had, but I love the Malakai campaign. Oh man, what a good question. I really like maybe Grom. Maybe Grom the Pawn should be my favorite. He's just a blast no matter what. I like a campaign where I can play like a horde, where I don't have to worry about defending very much. I really like Warriors of Chaos campaigns. Yeah, what a hard question. They're all my favorite. They're all my favorite. I love all my campaigns. No, there's some that I don't like as much as others, to be sure. Like, I don't like Slaanesh. I don't really dig Khorne campaigns. I like Nurgle. Tzeentch is fine. Nurgle is my favorite of the Chaos Gods. Dwarves and Chaos Dwarves are both amazing. The Elspeth campaign is super fun. I don't even know why people are obsessed with Franz now that Elspeth's around. But, I love a good Vampire Count campaign. I celebrate the whole catalog, you know. I love Beastmen. I love just running around and burning it down. Khalida, my girl for the Tomb Kings, I love. I had a Khalida campaign after the rework. That was a blast. I just played a Gorok Lizardman not long ago that was the coolest. Because Lizardmen, when you get to the end game, you have, like, heroes on terrifyingly efficient monsters that you recruit at max level. It's so funny. But, yeah, I just like... Dwarves have the best mechanic long-term for playing as long as you want, because you get infinite money, and you have the Forge where you just turn your Oath Gold into stuff. So every turn I get, you know, 4k Oath Gold, which is enough to outfit 2 characters in a full suit of rare stuff from there. And some of those are very wonderful items indeed. Very wonderful items indeed. Logan Ironbrow, working on those. Let's just go ahead and get him an organ gun for the army too. Alright, the global recruitment capacity went up. No, the local recruitment capacity went up. Yeah, alright, so here we'll just get Ironbreakers.
Ready to do the guild's bidding. Grease those axles. Master of runecraft. Slain.
Valaya's will binds me to you.
Ready to do the guild's bidding. That's on wheels, lad. Follow at your peril. My axe thirsts for war.
And here, what do we do? Like, I hate to drop a hammer for it, but I mean, I guess it's appropriate.
Demon Slayer. Let us begin.
No, because we can just trade one of these for a hammer and give him that and take.
To doom, then. Send me to vengeance.
Thorgrim needs a Thane. Don't want to drop a hammer. We don't need the Doomseeker, I guess. You hate to disband one, though.
Buster Downs.
Kind of want a Slayer in here, but... just drop the cannon. Hate to drop a cannon. We can drop an Ironbreaker. I hate to drop an Ironbreaker more. We can just not have a hero in his army. That seems bad too. 3 Thunderbarges is a lot, right? No, we have to get an engineer in there too. Anyway, we'll work on it later. We'll do the theory of that later on. All right, here we've got deeps to do, and we're inside the Karak Peaks now. It's gonna be like pretty underwhelming as a finish. That's the thing about like getting there after most of the armies are dead, you know. Belegar gets it, but you know.
No. Find another sot. To battle. Time for a reckoning. For the wisdom.
Like, what's Skarsnik even doing here, right?
We march.
It's like just downright offensive to have these Umgi in the 8 peaks themselves. Like, unbelievable.
My anger burns bright.
We're just gonna... Yep. Over the end turn, we got like 15 High King's Decrees in. Alright, so Okri just wants to get in here to help defend.
For the wisdom of Valaya, time for a reckoning.
And this guy gets in there. This Karak has made us all very proud. That's not the game, but you spare bookshelf. Any favorite good books? Oh boy, now you've got me. This is just a couple of my bookshelves. I have many more. So where to begin? I love classic literature and stuff, and lots of things. I don't really like that many books written by people who are like alive now. It's not my jam. So, you know, like Ovid's my favorite poet, and you know, I got like the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius here. I frequently pull it out and share one when I'm playing Minecraft with people, you know, that kind of thing. My favorite kind of literature is like Russian literature from, you know, the 19th century. So Dostoevsky, Chekhov, Goncharov, you know, Lermontov, Pushkin, you know, Tolstoy, that whole range of dudes, Gogol, that's my absolute jam. But then also like the French literature of the same time period is really dear to my heart. And then, you know, like, you know, all the stuff going on in Britain. I mean, some of it missed me, you know, the Romantic poets, big fan. But I also celebrate more modern poetry, you know, Frost and Bukowski and all of that. Nabokov's probably my favorite, like, modern-ish writer. Jorge Luis Borges, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, in the modern age. Also, Kurt Vonnegut, for Americans in the modern era. Very, very dear to my heart. You know, I love, you know, like, Orwell and stuff. I read, like, I like Pratchett's books for, like, modern fantasy stuff, and then, you know, there's these wizard books by L.A. Modesitt that I really like, and then this sort of post-apocalyptic thing by S.M. Sterling where, like, the laws of physics change. I really love those books as well. I'm like, I'm gonna leave out stuff. No, the thousands and thousands of books. I used to work in a library once upon a time whenever I was in high school, and then also some whenever I was in college. I didn't finish, but I did work in the library, and it was the best job ever. But anyway, yeah. But that's you can definitely get me talking about books. That's my jam. That's what I believe in. Alden Spiderbane here is gonna go and pick up some Thunder Barges. Yeah, baby. Why don't you just pick up some Thunder Barges? And then he'll run this way, and then Deldrick Death Dealer can swap him and get his own Thunder Barges. Like, oh man. There's no need for me to be this happy, and yet. And then this is junk. We don't need that.
Maybe your doom is yet to come.
We're gonna try to get a Dragon Slayer and a Thane and a Runesmith in over here. Favorite poem is The Man in the Glass. Nice, nice. My favorite poem, my favorite long poem is T.S. Eliot's The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. You will catch me casually quoting lines from it just all the time without calling attention to the fact that I'm doing it. I just can't help it. Me and Prufrock, we're We're bacon and eggs or peas and carrots. There's no difference between me and Proofrock. At the risk of exposing my madness. No. Proofrock's not crazy, he's just over it. But I really love T.S. Eliot's long poems, you know. Wasteland, you'll also catch me spontaneously quoting. Hollow Men. After I finish Red Dead Redemption, I'm like, Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm like, all right, y'all hold up. I need to find this poem so I can read it to you. After I died in Minecraft on day 334 in my hardcore world, I'm like, all right, y'all, I need to go get Hamlet. I'm gonna read you the soliloquy then. That's the kind of guy I am. No, I'm not always reading poems, but I frequently am. I must have read about like 50 over the last year and a half or so over the stream. You know, I always like to bring a little bit of culture to the people. No, I'm just playing. Everyone's got culture, even if they don't read. But I like reading. That's my thing. I don't want to say the world would be a better place if people read more, but it could be. There's no way of knowing. I'm like, why are we clogging up global when we've got all this here? And Morgrim, ooh, you know, I kind of want to have another army here, because this is going to be like, if we can deal with this salient at the beginning of the war, I mean, we got 5 turns. Do we want to just fight Golg right now? I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, he's occupying Dwarven holds. Have you ever heard of something so outrageous? I haven't. Do we want to recruit somebody here? Yeah, we'll just recruit Alaric Sourscowl here. When we recruit Alaric, it's going to increase our costs by 19,000. Estimated. It's actually less. Mustard! That's what the throng is. Alright, so here, although Elspeth is next to us, obviously, that's not like into the cookie jar, and we're just going to march them out. This guy will get his Thunder Barges of Doom. So you appreciate my well, I appreciate you asking. I can always talk about books. Once somebody at work was like, this is like 1984. I'm like, have you read 1984? They're like, no. I'm like, well, I have. And let me tell you that what you're describing isn't in the book. Thoroughbrows over here. The Bugmans and Copper Pots of the area have already moved ahead. Good, good, good. I'm like, if you don't know about the chocolate ration, like, if you don't know about that old guy talking about liters and half liters, if you can't say oranges and lemons study the bells of St. Clements, then don't come at me talking about the book. You don't know anything. Still at it. Yes, Neo, I am ranting about the ignorance of people in the world. No, I'm still playing the game. Yes. Hour 4. Hey, we've gotten through so many turns, dude. I can't believe how efficient we've been with our turns. I mean, not that efficient. I can believe that.
For the wisdom of Valaya, you summon me. Balloon's duty.
And it has spontaneously turned my animations down to normal. Y'all know that just did that. It's so annoying. I'm like, how are you gonna...
Don't think so. Right, I'll take these cannons moving.
Alright, Vrengi, it's time for you to roll out into the world. I don't think you got the blessing of the lady. It's a shame.
If you say so, Beardling.
Beardling, how dare you? We're just gonna go ahead and give Kurgan Furrowbrow this army instead.
Time for a reckoning.
And we want to get our high-level dudes into the pool real quick. Grimly Dragon Slayer, we'll give him an opportunity. I'm like, how much does it cost to recruit a lord to try to get him a trait for a turn? It doesn't matter. Who cares? Not me.
Summon me if you dare.
Ricky.
Let us begin.
But Norgrim Ironhammer, I mean, do we need to be here?
You know who I am.
Gromby's just gonna punch in there, and Hargrim will just punch in here, and Skag goes.
My axe thirsts for war.
Here. Get another Troll Slayer thing. Most excellent indeed. You gotta love to see it. I don't think we quite make it. Nope, not quite. Shame. We roll through that way. We probably should have put one of these armies to the north, because it's a little thin up here. Oh, it's super thin up here. Where are our guys? Alright, Sven. We'll have you going over there, Sven, and old Finny Redmane. Already gone. Griswold. The Redmane crew up here. Doing alright. We just want to Macedon. Why not?
Thank them.
Charge in.
Demon Slayer.
Retake the realms. Like, how many grudges do we need? It wants us to get 392,000 grudges settled. It's a lot of grudges. We might pause the Age of Reckoning at the end of this one once we take the 8 peaks and stuff. Cause 392, I mean, in fairness, with 60 armies,
Vengeful Hoodlum.
not too worried about a what? I mean, from who? No, the end time is a Skaven thing. But no, okay, so our enemies that are orcs, right? We've got Gorbad here, who we've been tuning up, so we know he's on the back foot and that his strength is over in this direction. Grom the Paunch has a ton of armies, however, it looks like he's just running all of Bretonnia, right? And he's got other fish to fry. He's fighting the Wood Elves. He's got a lot of other enemies right next to him. And Durthu is just absolutely, like, the dragon of auto-resolve and of the real fighting. Durthu's a monster. So, because he's got all these Wood Elves that he's at war with right here, I genuinely don't expect Grom, because this is the very border of his territory, I don't expect him to move these up. One guy can beat them there. Grimgor's already dead, and Skarsnik is so much on the back foot that I don't expect... Yeah, he has 4... Skarsnik has 4 places left. We may not even see him before we tune him up all the way. But really, these dwarf armies are here because when the war starts, if it looks bad, they're going to retreat into the mountains and defend the Karaks. And those will be the armies that are standing in the breach, right? And putting their face to the foe while the rest of us are, you know, getting things together. And let me tell you, a few Thunder Barges in a siege are hysterically strong, and Greenskins have absolutely no answers for it. They have few enough answers to Thunder Barges on the battlefield, but in a siege, when you're, like, tower protected, and you can get deep inside and there's those narrow lanes, it doesn't matter how many greenskins we have if we have 5 thunder barges. Of course, we don't have 5 there, but we will. Oh, we will. But no, so strength rank, I'm number 1. Disciples of the Maw, these ogres under Scraggle Slaughter have 100 settlements. Next up is Reichland with half of that, and then the Knights of Kalador, Emmerich, Ilgi, with a little bit less than that. And then Daughters of the Forest under Queen Estankia, who is my best pal, but once we fight all of the Umgi, it's possible that she will turn against us. That'd be very sad, but what are you going to do? But we just, and then we have Ironbrow. Our 2 Dwarven pals are, 8 and 10. They are far away from all of the action. They're very safely ensconced on the other side of my territory. I mean, it wasn't always that way. We gave all this territory to Ungram, and we made this part of the map safe, and that's why Ironbrow is charging down there. But we're gonna get into the War of the Beard ere too long, and Emmerich will draw all of these guys into the battle, I suppose. We'll see. We'll see. But no, I'm not worried about anybody. I'm not worried about a dang one of these foes. We're gonna win. It's possible that we might lose an army or 4 here or there, but once we figure out where things are happening at, they ain't gonna get us again.
Just don't get in my way. I'm no leader, but someone
And then here we'll just... Somebody else recruiting thunder barges. He's getting iron breakers. Scally, you can get those from Global, bro.
Slayer. Oh, time for a rest. Demon Slayer.
And then this guy will get, you guessed it, thunder barges.
For the wisdom of Valaya, grudges will be settled. It is time.
So we've probably got about 40 thunder barges currently being recruited. But
If you dare.
I don't want to be known as a guy who knows when to quit. I don't want to be known as a guy at all. I want to be known as a dwarf. For the High King.
It is time.
Ready. Follow it,
Rune Ricky, Rune Lord.
That's all that. First, Okri holding it down needs some thunder barges, but these armies are going to swim over with some thunder barges and then be able to trade them out, Because if you have a 3 thunder barge army, you can turn the other one into a 1 thunder barge army, and it's still pretty okay. Alright, they've gone. Are they in? No, they are not. They are just threatening it.
I am the White Dwarf. Dishonored. Slayer.
Like, I bet this dude has no levels done. No, he's actually got some. Well, that's nice. You love to see it.
Gonna need a rememberer for this. Bane of demons.
Long Drong's already gone. No, he hasn't.
The ancestors agree. I won't. What? Don't stop till you're dead. The House of Chaos rejects.
well, you know, army seems fine. A little heavy on dudes on the ground, but hey, you know. And Daled can bounce here.
Even to Ogri, Demon Slayer, Bane of Demons.
Deeps here. Kasakit, ha! But this War Machine thing is just so good. 10% more strength on everything. Like, that's so good. I've never seen that building before, and boy oh boy do I want to see it every time. Sure, it's Chaos Corruption, but look, we can hand wave that away. They're spare parts after all. I'm just gonna get rid of some spare parts because of where we found them. Everything in the underway's weird. But well, you know, we don't need to pause it just yet, but we'll probably end up pausing it. I think once we take the Karak 8 Peaks, the High King will say, you know, this is a permanent age of Nollengron. Not that it matters. I mean, it's nice for control at this point. But really, it's that I don't want to... No, I don't know. We'll see.
My axe thirsts for war.
The 8 Peaks will heat up before long, and Golg will definitely have something to say about what our plans are here, but not much. And ogres are terrible against the thunder barges in a siege. You know, they're very vulnerable to towers in the first place, ogres are, and then the thunder barges make it worse. They don't have any good units to just like get inside and then still be able to threaten the thunder barge. And so all you gotta do is try to act right. Oh, this guy. He'll have to wait.
Let us be about this. Summon me if you dare.
That army is so sick. Good stuff. Alright, do we want to change it at all? I mean, not really. And I think next turn we're going to see... maybe next. It's not going to be too long and we're going to have the dramatic shift when we're suddenly going to look up and, like, some units we're just not going to have to pay for anymore. And then shortly afterward, all units we're not going to have to pay for anymore. Because our discount for some things is going to roll on quicker than the others. Kasakit, ha! I guess this is safe enough to deep sub. Yeah, certainly. With our expensive takes more High King decrees things. Alright, alright, alright. New Lemmy is good. This one still leveling. Free buildings, all of that's finishing. Yeah, it might be like coming up like next turn for all I know. There's a lot of deep stuff finishing. We'll certainly see our income requirements plummet over the end turn. Not least because, in addition to the income going down, all of these buildings also increase our income. So the upkeep goes down, income goes up. Can't explain it. And pretty soon you're talking real money. Alright, anybody left to move? There's got to be someone. Whoever got an Ulfar Knucklebreaker? Oh yeah, you know, he can stand to put Humpty Dumpty back together again a little bit there.
It is time.
Copper pot, we can just go ahead, drop the Slayers. Mostly single organ gun.
Let us begin. Doom chaser.
Hassle-free CN just needs to get in.
Go. Aye.
This guy just needs to chill. Okri Brynbright is, of course, at his place, as is Rungi Truth Teller.
Wisdom of Valaya.
The Iron Hammer is hanging out like he wants to. Doran Red Axe is all the way in here. Do we want to... Well, I mean, actually, it's
I'm going.
pretty funny little spot there. Well, he's got, you know, 7 thunder barges, so he'll just run out and meet somebody. I'm sure he'll meet somebody that wants to party. With an army like that, you're just sort of looking for a victim rather than trying to find a problem, right?
Demon Slayer. Dishonored. Time for a reckoning. Slayer.
Because we're about to have a big ogre knockdown drag out. But the first one is going to be quick, because we're just going to fight Golg. And once we're in here, we're just going to smash. We're going to push them all the way out, and then, yeah, get to crunching on them. And see what happens in the aftermath. I bet it'll be fine. I bet it'll be fine. Morgus Grimson, he's in his hold like he wants to be.
We sharpen our own axes here. Maybe your doom is yet to come. Mad to follow a slayer.
Get rid of those guys. They're not going to do the work anymore. Do we want Thunderers? Yeah. We'll drop a cannon for an organ gun. The money doesn't matter. It's all theoretical, right?
What? If you want it done right.
Alright, We have no characters available, probably of any kind. That was the plan anyway, to always get them recruited. I think I did it earlier then.
Yes.
Yep, good deal, good deal. We've got them all there, and I think it's time to hit intern.
Reckoning. Honor or love, it is all.
Oh yeah, these guys are gonna bounce into the Realm of Slaanesh next turn.
Time. Sure, I won't put my name to such actions.
Alright.
Wisdom of Valaya.
Yes, for the wisdom of Valaya, that's right. We gotta do this stuff for the wisdom. Commandment there. Alright, so right now we're at -60. Let's see what happens over the intern. Because we're gonna finish up like a ton of thunder barges, but I think the buildings that we do finish are... Oh. That's too bad. Oh, that's Storm Trekking. I'm like, that makes sense. We were thin over there in Norska. It's just basically, you know, 2 armies up there in the north to push Daniel back, and then everybody else went under help it. On account of how I thought Throt was going to be a harder nut to crack. But just a rat, you know. No big deal. But a wonderful time. And you know, Reichland still likes us. And that's good. Golden Order doesn't. Nobody knows why. Probably me walking on their land some. Now with his Iron Grod. Terrible. What do we do without that? What's there? A port or something. You know, whatever. Now, what we're worried about is nothing. Towards the Pharaoh's reports, they have a couple. They have a Barak-Var, which is a very famous Dwarven port. That's probably the most famous of them. They've got a couple other ones in lore, but Barak-Var is like a proper, like, that's the one that we would know. Which is, of course, right now in the hands of ogres, or Ogri, as they are called in Khazad. Bum, bum, bum. No, don't freeze, game. I need you alive. Don't know much about the wolves. Well, you know, there are Slayer pirates. There are dwarves that go on the ocean. They're looked at as being a little weird in Dwarven society, and I think we have broken the game. Come on. No, it crashed. Okay, well. I think the autosave would have clicked. I should have manually saved it before the end. The autosave should have worked. Anyway, that's going to do it for this session. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope you've enjoyed. And we'll do a bunch of cleanup maintenance stuff before the next session as I eat, but I'll be back on later today, and maybe I'll see you guys there. Later, Neo. Later, Whitefire. So good to see you guys, and maybe I'll see you in another streamer video later on. Later. You asked, when do I usually stream? I put my headphones back on. I work full time. I stream. I'm off like Wednesdays and Thursdays, so I'm always there. And then like Sunday night, I'm streaming, but like morning and night is the typical time. So you know, like I usually stream for an hour or two in the morning, and then for a couple of hours, like right around like 10 or 11 Central Time, because I work at a restaurant, so you know my work day is weird compared to the standard. But yeah, basically every day of the week, though, if I'm ever not streaming, it's because I don't feel well or something. But maybe I'll see you around.